Chapter 1367. Beast Killer and Soul Malevolence have already stopped the evil spirits at Zhong Province's Long River. In any case, those evil spirits are also beneficial to us. Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, it would be a waste not to take them. Phantom smiled, and a faint bloody aura rippled from her body. Clearly, she had obtained a lot of benefits outside recently. Something's not right under Yi Zijin's brows. Her dark eyes kept fluctuating, as if she was thinking about something. Then, she looked up at Morong Yoroa, Li Shui, and Phantom and said, "Not many evil spirits have been eliminated. With the strength of the Evil Purifying Alliance, it should be enough to completely wipe them out. Before the other side of Zhong Province's Long River, why are there still opportunities for evil spirits to run around and just happen to come to our territory? The Great Luan sects Dongli Chi Wang and our world society should have a lot of grudges. Back then, the Great Luan sect's Clear Luan Emperor barged into Stone City and was killed in the end. The Great Luan sect will definitely remember this. Also, that Dongli Chi Wang seems to have a lot of grudges with President under Morong Yoroa's long eyelashes. Her eyes glowed with spiritual light. She had an ancient charm and was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. However, everyone in the world society knew that Morong Yoroa was definitely not a flower vase, but the brains of the entire world society. She was even above Han Xin, which was why she was guarding Stone City while Han Xin was guarding Chaos Demon City. Once the evil spirits cross Zhong Province's Long River, the Evil Purifying Alliance's army will definitely chase after them. Once a battle breaks out in the Dark Forest, the Dark Forest will be razed to the ground. Li Shui's gaze was solemn, and her bright eyes glowed. She paused for a moment and said seriously, "If this is Dongli Chi Wang's plan to kill two birds with one stone, then he's deliberately targeting our world society. At that time, our world society will definitely be implicated, and the consequences will be severe." "Sister Yoroa, what should we do now?" Yi Zijin asked. She felt that the situation was serious, and her expression became more and more solemn. Yi Lao, Xiao Man, and the vice president are all in seclusion. I think they are all trying to break through. Unless it is extremely urgent, it is better not to disturb them. Morong Yoroa's expression was solemn. Her eyes flickered. After a while, she said, "Inform the Great Elder, Han Xin, Solitary Sword King, and the others. Just in case, let the Celestial Beast Hall make preparations." "All right." Li Shui nodded. Then, Morong Yoroa looked to Phantom and said, "Sister Phantom, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you." "I understand. I will try my best to block those evil spirits from entering the Central Province's Long River with Hun Xie and Shou Sha." Phantom stretched lazily. Her figure was so alluring that it could cause a man to have a nosebleed. However, at this moment, no man had the fortune to witness this scene. As her voice faded, the Phantom's body was wrapped in a blood-colored glow. Her bright red silk dress fluttered, and the blood-colored glow around her body rotated like a vortex. Her figure disappeared from the side hall. "Inform the Mysterious Dragon King, the Stone Turtle King, the Flame Carp King, and the Ice Python King that the Central Province's Long River was originally their territory. They should be able to help Sister Phantom and them." Morong Yoroa looked outside the side hall's door. She frowned and muttered softly, "This is only the best plan. I hope Sister Phantom can stop those evil spirits from crossing the river. Otherwise, the World Summit and the desolate nation will fall into a great calamity." The sun was setting in the west, and the night was getting darker. As the night sky was like a navy blue curtain that covered the earth, it was so deep that it could not be dissolved. Only a few sparkling stars dotted the vast and boundless sky. A huge mountain stood in the night like a huge tomb. Crash! The night waves of the gorge hit the rocks on both sides. The sound echoed in the deep valley, making it seem even more frightening and cold. On the mountain peak, under the faint starlight, A tall and slender young man in a red robe with golden hair stood quietly. Under the night sky, the spirit in his eyes shone brighter and brighter. Alliance leader. An old man appeared behind the young man. He was covered in a black robe and looked like a ghost under the night sky. He said, "The Central Province's long river is not far ahead. Many people in the Alliance can't wait any longer. They want to stop the last evil spirits before they reach the Central Province's long river and clean them up." "Ha ha," the young man laughed softly. However, it was not difficult for one to hear the faint chilliness in his soft laughter. The young man turned around. He was the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chi Huang. He was now the alliance leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance in the Central Province. Back then, he had failed to take second place on the Lightning Platform. Later, he had failed again on the Tianhuang continent. However, as the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect, he had the state of mind of his previous life. Those two setbacks did not destroy him. Heaven did not let down those who worked hard. With the support of the Great Luan sect's cultivation resources and the opportunity of the Purifying Evil Alliance, Dongli Chi Huang rose again. He became the undisputed number one person of the younger generation in the Central Province. His status was even higher. He controlled the entire Purifying Evil Alliance and cleansed the evil spirits like a hot knife through butter. Dongli Chi Huang's reputation soared. Cleansing those evil spirits before the Central Province's long river? How is that possible? Then won't my plan fail? Ha ha, the eastern mythical scarlet phoenix stared at the deep night sky, her eyes twinkling like the brightest stars. Her faint voice rang out, causing those who heard it to feel a warmth seeping into their hearts. She murmured, "This time, not only the world gathering, even the desolate country will be uprooted. Back then I was too careless. This time, even if that brat comes back one day, he won't have the chance to make a comeback." The great cause of the Great Luan sect should also begin. Ambitious and ruthless people are born in troubled times. Kid, I'll use you as my first stepping stone. I'll make the best use of you. I won't let you down. Time passed slowly. The younger generation of the golden-winged rocks had been refining their bodies with the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder for more than a month. Rumble, inside the strange hall, one could faintly hear the sounds of lightning and thunder from outside the hall. It was as if there were continuous thunderclaps. Inside the hall, many golden-winged rocks were entrenched. Under the golden lightning that filled the sky, their flesh was split open. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, among them, the golden-winged rocks were circulating their technique. Golden light flickered as they took the opportunity to absorb the power of the golden lightning to refine their bodies, their flesh, their feathers, their organs, their bones, and their muscles. Inside the hall, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others were in extreme pain from the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder that was even more domineering and destructive. The pain seemed to penetrate deep into their bones. The domineering golden crow's heaven-burning thunder seemed to want to destroy everything in their bodies. The destructive power and the terrifying heat made it even harder for their bodies to resist. However, they were still stubbornly resisting. They took the opportunity to refine their divine bodies and strengthen them gradually. On the second level, Little Star's enormous body was entrenched. Golden light spread out as it absorbed the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder. On the first level at the bottom, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. His entire body was absorbing the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder to refine his divine body. Qi La, the destructive lightning gathered by the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder, surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Golden arcs of lightning quickly overflowed inside his body. Although Du Xiaofu could resist the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder at this moment. However, the numerous wild and overbearing destructive thunderbolt strength overflowed within his body. That impact caused Du Xiaofu to feel quite uncomfortable. He even felt as though time was passing by endlessly. However, under the body refining method of the golden-winged great rock, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that his physical body seemed to be gradually changing under the torture of the destructive power of the lightning. Every time the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder surged into his body, Du Xiaofu could feel that the golden crow's heaven-burning thunder brought a miraculous change to his physical body. As long as this continued, there might be a day when his physical body would be able to undergo an astonishing change from its original foundation. Time passed slowly. He was still suffering from this kind of boring forging. Although it was forging and tempering, this kind of boring forging and tempering was also a kind of absolute torture. Without patience and wisdom, one would not be able to endure this kind of boring torture. However, for Du Xiaofu, he had endured the tug-of-war with the earth-shattering thunder when he was forging his body with the purple-gold profound thunder in the purple thunder profound cauldron. At this moment this was nothing. It was not to the point where it could make things difficult for Du Xiaofu. The boring time continued to pass. Du Xiaofu could faintly feel that his bones, muscles, limbs, bones, and internal organs were all changing once again, as if they were steel that had been tempered 100 times in a raging fire. Although this kind of change was extremely slow, it became more and more obvious under the accumulation of time. Sizzle, everywhere in the hall, golden electric arcs were overflowing with fluctuations. All the disciples of the golden-winged great rock clan were gritting their teeth as they forged their physical bodies. At this moment, no one noticed that some of the fluctuations of the golden electric arcs were gradually becoming abnormal. It seemed that, unknowingly, the destructive power of the blazing lightning was becoming more and more powerful. In the space at the bottom of the hall, the golden lightning that filled the sky became more and more powerful, making it more and more difficult for Du Xiaofu's physical body to resist. Unknowingly, it was already late autumn. In the golden-winged great rock clan, the energy of heaven and earth was rich, and everywhere was verdant. However, there were also many mountain ranges that seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. The frost leaves were intoxicating, and the maple leaves were like fire. It was like a red sea, and the yellow and red colors were connected, covering half of the sky. In the courtyard at the mountainside, under the towering tree, Zi Xian stood quietly. Her purple clothes fluttered on the ground, and the dark patterns of the purple flames were faintly discernible, outlining her seductive figure. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Withered yellow leaves fell from the top of the tree. They jumped and spun, as if they were dancing and fluttering. Zi Xian raised her slender hand slightly, and a few fallen leaves fell into her palm. Her every movement was breathtaking. "If you are bored, you can walk around my clan." A sound of nature was heard, and a beautiful figure strangely landed behind Zi Xian. Chapter 1368. I'm afraid I can't go to the places in the golden-winged rock clan. The celestial voice was faint. Zi Xian looked back. A tall and beautiful figure appeared in front of her. She had a valiant face and a noble temperament. It was Jialo Kailing. When Jialo Kailing heard this, she smiled and said in a heavenly voice, "There are some places in the purple flame demonic phoenix clan that I can't enter even if I want to." The two women looked at each other and smiled. One was hot and seductive, and the other was charming and elegant. They had different temperaments, but they were both noble. Your relationship with little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu seems to be quite complicated. After a while, Jialo Kailing walked over and asked Zi Xian. Zi Xian stood still, and her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She opened her red lips and said, "I don't need to tell outsiders." Jialo Kailing was slightly stunned, and a faint golden light flashed in her eyes. She then smiled and said, "I'm just asking. It seems that it's a bit complicated. Has his mystic bone and golden rock wings been completely dealt with in your clan?" Zi Xian suddenly asked, looking at Jialo Kailing. "He is now Grandma's godson. The elders have also discussed and decided that he is now a member of my clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the secret land to refine his divine body." Jialo Kaling looked at Zixian and said softly, "With the personality of the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix clan, it's rare to see you care so much about a human. With the personality of the Golden Winged Rock clan, you shouldn't be interested in his matters," Zixian said softly. "Ha ha!" Jialo Kaling giggled and said, "He is now a member of my clan. It's normal for me to ask a few more questions." Buzz. As Jialo Kaling's voice fell, a hurried bell chime reverberated in the sky. The sound was rapid and sharp, and it was ear-piercing. "Oh no, there is a problem in the secret land." Hearing the ear-piercing bell chime, Jialo Kaling's eyes shone with golden light. Her feet flashed, and her beautiful figure disappeared from the mountainside courtyard. Zixian looked at the sky, and a purple light flashed in her eyes. She frowned slightly. The vast space was filled with golden electric arcs, and the rumbling of thunder could be heard without end. Rumble! Thunderous booms reverberated in the air. At that moment, the gigantic hall in the shape of the great golden-winged rock was completely covered in golden lightning. Their vision was almost blurred, and the entire space was so bright that they could not see anything. It was unknown where the golden lightning came from, but it was getting brighter and brighter. The aura of destruction was getting stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The temperature of the golden lightning arc was so high that it seemed to be able to burn the space. At this moment, runes flickered above the huge hall that was shaped like a golden-winged rock, converging into a visible energy barrier. It was densely covered in mysterious runes, isolating the entire hall from the golden lightning outside and preventing the violent golden lightning within the hall from rushing out. The great hall in the shape of a golden-winged rock was covered with mysterious runes. No matter how violent and destructive the golden lightning was, it was unable to destroy the energy shield. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The golden lightning struck the great hall in the shape of a golden-winged rock. Under the violent power and the high temperature that could burn the space, a deep sonic boom could be heard from time to time. The violent and destructive energy ripples continued to spread out. Outside the great hall in the shape of a golden-winged rock, there were many old and middle-aged people standing there. The fourth elder, the fifth elder, and the great guardian were among them. The leaders were the great elder, the second elder, and the third elder. "Greetings, elders." Jialo Kaling's beautiful figure appeared in the space. After bowing to the elders, she looked at the huge hall. At this moment, the golden lightning that filled the sky and the violent and destructive aura that permeated the air shocked Jialo Kaling. Her eyes were filled with golden light, and golden light surged out from her body to resist the violent and destructive aura. The great elder's tall figure stood quietly in front of everyone. His light golden hair swayed slightly under the violent aura. His silver-gold robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was calm, and his eyes were slightly closed. His mind was spying on something at this moment. The golden crow burning sky lightning wants to break free again. It seems that the 100 years of silence was just a preparation. After a few breaths, the great elder opened his eyes. His beard and eyebrows were white, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed on his old face. "It really makes us worry. Does it think that it can break free at the initial domain realm?" The second elder seemed a little old, but standing beside the great elder, his invisible aura was not affected much. At this moment, his face was slightly gloomy, and the space around him was distorted. "The golden crow burning sky lightning is cunning. Is it prepared to break free this time?" The third elder frowned. He was dressed in a scholarly robe, and his eyes were filled with doubt. "Elders, they are in the secret land. Will there be any problems?" Jialo Kaling asked the elders in front of her worriedly. At this moment, the golden crow burning sky lightning wanted to break free, and all the younger generation were still refining their bodies inside. There are seals and restrictions placed by our ancestors inside. The golden crow burning sky lightning shouldn't be able to create any big wave. They won't have any big problems, but we can't be careless. the great protector said. Golden Crow Burning Sky Lightning, you know that you can't break free. Why are you struggling? We have already told you that as long as you agree to serve our clan for 30,000 years, you will be able to regain your freedom. We will not let you lose your sunlight. Why are you doing this? The third elder's robe shook as he looked at the hall. Although his voice was soft, it clearly resounded through the space. Ha 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 ha, 30,000 years. How long is that? Why should I serve your golden-winged rock clan for 30,000 years? Above the space where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a wild laughter suddenly rang out. The sound was like thunder, and it reverberated in the space, causing the lightning in the surroundings to become even more violent. Hearing this, the third elder's expression immediately became even more serious. A dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from his eyes, as if a golden-winged great ping was about to fly out of his eyes. He growled, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then continue to be suppressed. You have no hope of escaping." Ha 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 ha! Above the space, the wild laughter was like thunder, endlessly ringing out. Hearing the wild laughter that was like thunder, the first elder, second elder, and third elder's faces all turned solemn. Their faces darkened slightly as they faintly sensed that something was wrong. You can suppress me, but I don't know if you can save the younger generation of your clan. Ha 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 ha! Did you think that I didn't make any preparations over the years? I have prepared for 1,000 years for today. 1,000 years, unbridled wild laughter echoed in the air. When the last word of the laughter sounded, the entire space suddenly fell into a strange tremor. Rumble! The entire space seemed to be quaking and shaking. The large hall that was shaped like a golden-winged great pung also began to shake violently. High up in the sky, numerous golden lightning bolts that were as thick as an arm rained down on the large hall like a storm, causing cracks to appear on the ground. On the square in front of the hall, many elders waved their sleeves. Golden light surged out from their bodies, turning into golden energy barriers that enveloped the surroundings. They instantly blocked the wild and destructive energy outside the energy barriers. Chi! Jialo Kaling's face changed color. She waved her delicate hand, and a vigorous golden energy swept out and wrapped around her, isolating her from the wild and destructive aura of the golden lightning. Not good. The evil thunder wants to attack Ju Yu and the others. The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, was also enveloped in a golden halo. His face turned pale as he looked at the hall in front of him solemnly. First Elder, they will be in danger. Is there any way to get them out first? Jialo Kaling's eyes surged with golden light as she hurriedly asked the First Elder. There is no way. No one above the domain realm can enter the hall. The First Elder shook his head at Jialo Kaling. He looked at the golden-winged rock-shaped hall in front of him and said, "However, there are seals and restrictions set up by our ancestors in the hall. It should be impossible for the evil thunder to deal with them. Unless—" Not good. Suddenly, the great elder's voice came to an abrupt halt. He looked into the hall and immediately closed his eyes. A vigorous energy fluctuation immediately swept out from between his eyebrows. The vigorous fluctuation was invisible, but it caused the space to fluctuate. Wherever it passed, traces of golden light overflowed and resisted the wild and destructive golden lightning. Looking at the First Elder's action, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, the Great Guardian, Jialo Kaling, the Fourth Elder, and the others fixed their gazes on the First Elder. Their eyes glowed with a golden brilliance. The Great Elder peeked out with his mind. It was as if he had reached the end of this space. There was a bright golden sea of lightning there, boiling like golden lava. It was extremely strange and bright. A scorching heat was distorting the void. At this moment, the terrifying power that was being emitted out of nowhere was enough to turn any ordinary honorable realm cultivator into ashes if he got close to it. At this moment, the golden sea of lightning was like a reflection of a huge golden-winged rock. At the bottom of the hall, golden talisman engravings shrouded the hall like a spider web. However, the light was getting dimmer and cracks were beginning to appear. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. The rolling golden lightning was pouring into the hall like a stream of water. Chi-Chi, outside the hall, the first elder, who was on the square, suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light gushed out from the depths of his eyes, and he looked extremely dignified. First elder, how is it? The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, asked the first elder. It's not good. The evil thunder has been pretending to break out and attack the hall. In fact, it's just lulling us. Its real purpose is to quietly burn the seals and restrictions in the hall for thousands of years. We have been fooled. All the younger generation of the clan is facing imminent disaster. The first elder said. His old face began to tremble. Chapter 1369. This is bad. Once the golden crow sky burning lightning enters the main hall, Jiuyu and the others will not be able to resist it. Fifth elder Jialo Yuantu's body trembled. There was a seal within the main hall. After it was activated, the golden crow sky burning lightning could only enter within a certain range to allow the younger generation of the clan to refine their divine bodies and ensure that the strength of the golden crow sky burning lightning was within their range of resistance. However, if the seal disappeared, the golden crow sky burning lightning would lose its obstruction and isolation. It would be enough to deal a devastating blow to the younger generation of the clan who were refining their divine bodies. It should be known that the main hall was located within the territory of the golden crow sky burning lightning. Elder, what should we do now? Jialo Kaling was anxious. The severity of the matter was self-evident. There is no other way. Unless Jialo Jiuyu and the others can sense that something is wrong and come out immediately. However, I'm afraid it's already too late. The seal inside has already been destroyed. It's already too late for them to come out. The great elder's aged face was very solemn. Great elder, can we destroy the main hall and save them? Jialo Kaling asked the great elder. Since domain realm cultivators could not enter the main hall, they should be able to destroy it directly. If they were too late, the consequences for the younger generation of the clan would be really serious. This palace was originally set up by the ancestors of the clan in order to suppress the golden crow burning heaven lightning. As a precaution, the ancestors of the clan had also made preparations. Once the golden crow burning heaven lightning was able to break through the seal and escape, the palace would be destroyed. Once the main hall is destroyed, the entire space will collapse and automatically activate a set of defensive seals left behind by the clan's ancestors. It will be able to completely suppress the golden crow sky burning lightning and isolate it in the void. 100 years later, the seal will disappear. At that time, it will be enough time for us to prepare everything to suppress the golden crow sky burning lightning. The great elder looked at the main hall in the shape of a golden rock that was being ravaged by golden lightning. His eyes were solemn as he said, "Therefore, even if we destroy the main hall, we will not be able to enter it. We will only completely seal them inside. At that time, it will be even more difficult for them to escape." How could this be? Jialo Kai Ling's expression was extremely solemn. She looked at the main hall in front of her. Even the great elder, second elder, and third elder couldn't think of a solution. She was even more powerless. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind resounded, coming from high up in the sky. A faint golden light rippled, and a tall and majestic golden figure descended in front of the many elders. A long-haired old man who looked to be in his 60s walked out. His golden robe was embroidered with the image of a golden-winged rock. It was as if it was alive, and it was releasing a pressure. Patriarch. The surrounding elders and protectors immediately saluted. The person who had come was the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, Jialo Changtian. Great elder, what's the situation now? When Jialo Changtian appeared, his gaze immediately fell on the main hall. His aura was ethereal, but it was incomparably domineering. The situation is not good. The evil thunder has been secretly destroying the seal below for 1,000 years. This time, its purpose should be to deal with the younger generation of our clan who entered the seal, the great elder said in a deep voice. We were careless. Jialo Changtian looked dignified. At this moment there was not much aura spreading out from his body, but it made the surrounding space fluctuate abnormally. Patriarch, once the evil thunder comes out, what should we do? The third elder looked at Jialo Changtian, his golden eyes deep. At this moment, he seemed to be making a difficult decision in his heart. We must not let the evil thunder come out. It's daytime outside now. Once the evil thunder comes out, even if we can suppress it, with the characteristics of the evil thunder, it will inevitably lead to a catastrophe in our clan, Jialo Changtian said with a dignified look. But Jialo Jueyu and the others are still inside. Jialo Jueyu still has the true bone in his body, which is the future of our clan, the second elder said. The outside is the foundation of our clan. There are more disciples in the clan, and those young ones are even more powerless in front of the evil thunder, Jialo Changtian said with a dignified look. He was in a dilemma. Father, Jialo Jueyu and the others are still inside. Is there really no other way? Jialo Kai Ling listened to the conversation between her father and the other elders. She became more and more dignified, but she still asked again, hoping that her father had a final solution. It seems that they are already trapped inside. The evil thunder wants to deal with them, but I'm afraid that it doesn't want to kill them. Most likely, it wants to use them as a hostage to escape. Jialo Changtian stood with his hands behind his back and said, If that's the case, there is still a chance, at least we can save them. Patriarch, if that's the case, we must give up the golden crow burning sky lightning. If we lose the golden crow burning sky lightning, it will affect our clan too much. The third elder frowned slightly and said, That evil thunder is so cunning, I'm afraid that it won't let them go easily. Act according to the circumstances, Jialo Changtian said, his eyes fixed on the hall in front of him. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sound was like endless thunder. What's going on? It seems that something is wrong. Under the increasing heat of the destructive aura, it finally attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and primordial spirit, which contained 2 spiritual lightnings, were fluctuating more violently. The surrounding golden thunderbolts were also getting bigger. Is there a problem with the golden crow burning sky lightning? Under the increasingly intense golden crow burning sky lightning's wild and overbearing destructive aura, Du Xiaofu's resistance had almost reached its limit. Golden light surged out from both of his eyes. He could not help but be worried about one thing. This huge reaction from the golden crow burning sky lightning might really cause it to erupt. Bang bang bang. Just as Du Xiaofu was worrying in the depths of the vast space, which was overflowing with golden light and thunderbolts, there was a series of thunders. Rumble, then, from the depths of the strange space, a large amount of golden thunderbolts poured down from the sky like a waterfall. The entire strange space shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. GG cries of golden-winged great rocks resounded. Then, huge golden-winged great rocks appeared in the space. Ao, a huge dragon was in the sky. Its body was overflowing with golden lightning. Its eyes were demonic and golden flames surged out. Its aura was supreme. It was Little Xingxing's original body. Pu Piu, the further back in the space, the more golden-winged great rocks spat out golden blood from their mouths amidst the golden thunderbolts. Under the sweeping golden thunderbolts that filled the sky, many golden-winged great rocks were split open. Their feathers flew, revealing their white bones. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in golden light. He saw Little Xingxing's huge body, as well as Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo and the others in the sky. Father, there seems to be a big problem here. Little Xingxing's original body was in the sky. It immediately circled beside Du Xiaofu. Its huge body lowered as it looked at Du Xiaofu with its huge golden flame eyes. It's not just a problem. It's big trouble. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His heart was almost breaking down. What he was afraid of had happened. Looking at the current situation, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that it was not the golden crow sky burning lightning that had rebelled. Little Xingxing, Jialo Jueyu, and all the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks could appear in the space. It was definitely because the golden crow sky burning lightning had destroyed the seal inside. Ha 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 ha, damn golden-winged great rocks. You've trapped me in darkness for 4,000 years. Today, I'll collect some interest. A wild and furious roar resounded in the sky just as the huge bodies of the golden-winged great rocks appeared. When this voice spread and landed in everyone's ears, it was like a heavy hammer. Even with the cultivation of Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, Jialo Jueyu and the others, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Whoosh! Just as that heart-stopping voice fell, a series of earth-shattering explosions sounded from the dazzling electric arcs in the sky. In the next moment, the wild and scorching aura of destruction became more and more violent. Dazzling golden lightning exploded and bolts of golden lightning struck down. There were probably tens of thousands of these bolts of golden lightning. The entire space was filled with the sharp sound of the explosion. It was as if the entire space was filled with continuous crackling sounds. Wherever the golden lightning passed, the space also collapsed. They were all bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm and carried a terrifying force as they struck down. At this moment, these waves of terrifying destructive auras were probably capable of blasting an ordinary Exalt Realm cultivator into pieces. Not good, the strong protect the weak. Jialo Jueyu shouted. He spread his wings and exploded with golden light. He used all his strength to protect many of the weaker golden-winged great rocks near him. Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, and the other peak existences of the younger generation all used all their strength to protect the young. Crackle! The space trembled. The tens of thousands of bolts of golden lightning finally landed on the huge bodies of the golden-winged great rock. Many of the golden-winged great rocks spat out blood again. Their feathers fluttered as they cried out in pain. Boom! The dense golden lightning struck down. The vast and violent destructive power far exceeded the power of refining the divine body. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. My life is over. A golden-winged great rock with a weak cultivation narrowed his eyes. His body was covered in blood, revealing his white bones. His sharp eyes were filled with despair. The dense golden lightning struck down. At this moment, he knew that he could not withstand it. Jialo Jueyu and the others were too far away to protect him. Crackle! Right at this moment, a seemingly tiny figure appeared in the air above the enormous golden-winged great rock. Dazzling golden light surged out from his body, completely withstanding the golden lightning in the surrounding space. Chapter 1370. Crackle! All the golden lightning bolts fell. They had originally covered the gigantic golden-winged rock's body, but now they were all blocked by the tiny figure. In the end, they turned into a mushroom cloud of golden lightning and retracted, surging into the body of the tiny figure. Thud, thud, under the impact of such golden lightning, the tiny figure also staggered back several dozen feet before stabilizing himself. The purple robes on his body fluttered, wrapped in golden light, and his eyes overflowed with golden lightning. In this space, other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else. Humph! When the golden lightning fell, Du Xiaofu also let out a muffled groan. Under the impact of the scorching destructive aura, his internal organs were also severely impacted. Fortunately, in the end, Du Xiaofu did not suffer too much damage. With the thunder martial veins in his body and his freakish physical body, he had a lot of advantages. At this moment, under the tremendous impact, traces of golden lightning overflowed on Du Xiaofu's body. Then, his physical body seemed to undergo a minute change that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The enormous golden crow burning sky thunder surged into his body. Under the circulation of Du Xiaofu's body cultivation method, his divine body was refined, and the benefits his physical body received increased. During this period of time, as he refined his divine body, Du Xiaofu could feel his physical body metamorphosing once again. However, it seemed that he was still quite far away from refining his divine body into the body of a true rock. He did not know when he would be able to achieve that. Du Xiaofu had not completely sacrificed himself to help the golden-winged rock just now. He had only taken advantage of his physical body. Since he still needed the golden crow burning sky thunder to refine his divine body, he had reached out to help. After all, he was now considered a member of the golden-winged rock clan. However, at this moment, the gigantic golden-winged rock that Du Xiaofu had saved thought that it was definitely going to die. It did not expect that at the critical moment, it would be saved by the human Du Xiaofu. After recovering from its daze, the golden-winged rock looked at the tiny figure with gratitude. Many golden-winged rock in the surroundings also saw this scene. In their hearts, the human Du Xiaofu had risked his life to save the golden-winged rock. Their eyes were all filled with shock. However, at a time like this, not many golden-winged rock had the time to think. The berserk golden crow heaven-burning lightning swept down once again, and a tyrannical and destructive aura filled the entire space. Just by feeling the scorching and destructive aura of the tyrannical and destructive aura, one's heart would tremble in fear. The golden-winged rock. Golden Crow Jiao. Jialo Jueyu's voice rang out as golden light erupted. At this moment, he had actually activated his true bones. The sound of the Tao reverberated in the air, contending with the sound of thunder. Boundless golden light shot out, protecting many of the golden-winged rocks whose cultivation bases were not high enough. "Do I even need to say this?" Du Xiaofu muttered. He looked at Jiu Juyan's gigantic body in the sky. He seemed to be much stronger than before he entered the secret area. At this moment, he was also the golden-winged rock with the strongest resistance to the golden crow burning sky thunder. However, even though Jiu Juyan had activated his true bones, he still seemed to be in a difficult situation while protecting the other golden-winged rock. Then, looking at the golden crow burning sky thunder that covered the sky and earth, Du Xiaofu frowned. He asked Jiu Juyan, "The golden-winged rock has broken free of the seal. Do we have to leave now?" Jiu Juyan's Juyan looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The golden crow burning sky thunder has already destroyed the seal. We are also trapped by the golden crow burning sky thunder. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." "What?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and probed with his mind. Under the scorching aura of destruction, his primordial spirit, which had fused with 2 bolts of spiritual thunder, was also greatly affected. In the end, it was not difficult to feel that the surroundings were already surrounded by the golden crow heaven-burning thunder. It would be really difficult to get out. "This is bad." Du Xiaofu's expression became dignified as he waved his hand, directly withstanding a bolt of golden lightning that shot down from above his head. He continued to refine his divine body with the body transformation method as he asked Jialo Jueyu, "The golden crow heaven-burning thunder has broken free from the seal. The elders of the family should know about this, right?" The golden crow heaven-burning lightning had broken free from the seal. Du Xiaofu thought that as long as the elders of the golden-winged great rocks knew about it, they would immediately enter this space to bring everyone out of this dangerous situation. No matter how difficult it was to deal with the golden crow burning sky lightning, it was only at the initial domain level. The elders of the great golden-winged rock clan were extraordinary. It was naturally impossible for them to deal with the golden crow burning sky lightning. This, Jialo Juyu's huge golden eyes were solemn as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "The elders should have discovered the commotion inside. However, as far as I know, It is impossible for the elders to enter at this moment. There are restrictions inside that were set up by the ancestors of my clan. Cultivators above the domain realm are simply unable to enter. Even if they destroy this palace, it will be useless. Once the palace is destroyed, the entire space here will collapse and be sealed for 100 years. Damn, when Du Xiaofu heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted and waved his hand to resist the golden lightning bolts that fell down around him. He was no longer in the mood to refine his divine body. He asked Jialo Jiyu seriously, "You mean we can't leave now and can only fend for ourselves?" "That's more or less what I mean." Jialo Jiyu had been protecting many of the great golden-winged rocks that were not strong enough. Cracks began to appear on his feathers and golden blood began to seep out. He continued to smile bitterly at Du Xiaofu. "Unless we can find a way to escape on our own, we can only fend for ourselves." Ao ao! Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out. Xiaolong's huge body was also helping to protect two great golden-winged rocks that were not strong enough. His abnormal physical body was also beginning to feel strained. He immediately activated the black tortoise divine shell. A black light surged out and resisted the golden crow burning sky lightning. There are a few who are not weak. There is also a human. His primordial spirit is so strange. Why does he have such an aura? Strange, that domineering voice came from the sky, and there was some doubt in it. However, that domineering voice rumbled once again, and it shook people's souls like a heavenly drum. "Unfortunately, all of you overestimated yourselves. Do you think you can stop me with just a few inexperienced juniors? How laughable!" Whoosh! As the voice that shook people's souls fell, the golden lightning in the sky surged and suddenly shrank. As the golden lightning lingered, even more violent and scorching bolts of golden lightning shot out from the dazzling golden lightning arcs like giant pythons. They tore through space, bringing with them terrifying sonic booms as they fiercely fell again. Pu Piu, Ji. In an instant, many of the great golden-winged rocks cried out. Many of them were in an incomparably miserable state, their feathers standing on end. A few of the great golden-winged rocks were already on the verge of death. They could no longer resist the destructive golden crow burning sky lightning. Jialo Jiuyo and Jialo Juekong's huge bodies were also injured. They spat out large mouthfuls of rock's blood. Even Jialo Jiuyu's mouth was overflowing with blood. Even after activating his true bones, he could no longer resist the destructive golden crow burning sky lightning. "So painful," little Xingxing cursed. After suffering the power of the golden lightning, the light on his body dimmed a lot. However, more than half of the power of the lightning was quietly absorbed by the mysterious runes on the black tortoise divine shell. However, under the golden lightning, little Xingxing's entire body was in extreme pain. Some of his exposed dragon scales were cracked. This was caused by protecting the other two great golden-winged rocks. "We can't continue like this. We have to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, even little Xingxing will be in danger." Du Xiaofu's mind raced. The situation was getting worse and worse. Even if he endured it, little Xingxing would be in danger. Moreover, Du Xiaofu could not really watch this large group of great golden-winged rocks suffer a great calamity. Even if it was for the sake of his god-grandmother, he could not just watch them die. Bang, bang, bang! In a short moment, under the violent and scorching golden crow burning sky lightning, many great golden-winged rocks were once again heavily injured. Their feathers flew and blood splattered in the air. Jialo Jiuyu was injured once again. Cries reverberated in the thunder. Despair was already in the eyes of many great golden-winged rocks. "All great golden-winged rocks, withdraw your true forms and approach me. If you want to live, if you want to have a chance at survival, hurry up!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The great golden-winged rocks on his back spread. Golden light surged. At this moment, the aura of a nirvana martial saint swept out. Relying on his physical body, the lightning martial vein in his body, and the power of his origin spirit, Du Xiaofu stood proudly in this golden lightning space. He naturally had a domineering aura that was different from the others. Hearing this, the surrounding great golden winged rocks all looked at Du Xiaofu. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, the group of great golden winged rocks seemed to have some doubts. Their true forms were the strongest state of their physical bodies and strength. Now that they had withdrawn their true forms, especially in such a dangerous situation, they could not help but be suspicious and hesitate. "Father, have you thought of a way?" When little Xingxing heard this, he immediately withdrew his true form without hesitation. However, he still activated the black tortoise divine shell on his body. His small body directly protected the black tortoise divine shell. It was extremely comical, but very practical. The violent and destructive golden crow burning sky lightning seemed to be completely useless against little Xingxing's black tortoise divine shell. "If you try, you might have a chance. If you don't try, you won't have any chance," Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing. Chapter 1371. Everyone listened to Du Xiaofu, quick! In the sky, Jialo Juyu's golden eyes pondered for a moment before he immediately retracted his great golden-winged ping body and rushed to Du Xiaofu's side. Swoosh, swoosh! The surrounding great golden-winged pings no longer hesitated when they saw that Jialo Juyu had already retracted his body. Even though they were still doubtful, they still hurriedly retracted their bodies, using all their strength to resist the golden crow sky burning lightning as they swiftly approached Du Xiaofu's side. Rumble! The great golden-winged pung wings on Du Xiaofu's back expanded several dozen feet. Endless golden light surged out, resisting the golden crow sky burning lightning and protecting the many great golden-winged pung clan disciples. Is it a human or a great golden-winged pung? Why is the Yuan spirit aura so strange, like? The domineering voice sounded in the sky with some confusion. Even the endless stream of golden lightning paused for a moment. "Little Xingxing, can your divine black tortoise shell withstand it for a while longer? You just need to help protect us up there." Du Xiaofu asked little Xingxing as he looked at the brightest arc of lightning in the sky. His expression was extremely grave. "I'll give it a try with all my strength. It won't be easy for this golden crow sky burning lightning to deal with my divine black tortoise shell." Little Xingxing nodded. He formed a hand seal and the black tortoise divine shell on his body immediately expanded, turning into 100 feet in size. A glaring ink-black symbol light surged out. Suddenly, there seemed to be an illusionary beast roaring out like a dragon. Roar! The ink-black runes were dazzling to the eye. This illusory beast was faintly covered in scales and was completely black in color. The turtle and snake intersected as if they were alive. An enormous pressure spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Humph, you're courting death." As if sensing the aura erupting from little Xingxing's divine black tortoise shell, the domineering voice in the sky once again descended. The golden lightning that had paused for a moment earlier once again destroyed space, mainly sweeping towards Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing and the rest. "Follow behind me!" Little Xingxing cried out. At this moment there was a supreme aura within her small body, causing the surrounding golden-winged great rocks to reveal shocked gazes. Boom! Suddenly, little Xingxing raised the black tortoise's divine shell and soared into the sky, protecting the surrounding golden-winged great rocks under the divine shell. At that moment, around the black tortoise divine shell, there was a terrifying energy coming from all directions. Waves of strange energy started to gather. The terrifying energy emitted from the shell caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space, resisting the golden crow heaven burning lightning. Although everyone was surprised as to why Du Xiaofu chose to advance instead of retreat, there was no other way out. They could only follow little Xingxing and soar into the sky. Rumble! Bolts of purple gold lightning tore through space like giant golden pythons. They were accompanied by a terrifying destructive force as they ruthlessly struck little Xingxing's black tortoise divine shell. He used his own strength to protect everyone. At this moment, the inky black light on the black tortoise's divine shell dimmed under the golden lightning. Little Star, who was supporting the black tortoise's divine shell, was instantly swept away by a huge force. Ugh! Little Xingxing vomited a huge mouthful of blood after being struck by such a lightning force. Little Xingxing, let me do it. The power of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning had exceeded Du Xiaofu's expectations. He immediately called out to little Xingxing. Father, I'm fine. Think of a way to get us out. Little Xingxing cried out. He ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood onto the black tortoise's divine shell. Ayo! The blood was completely absorbed by the black tortoise's divine shell. The inky black light became resplendent once again. The roar of a dragon rang out, resisting the golden crow heaven-burning lightning. Little Xingxing's body shot into the sky like lightning, bringing everyone into the sky. The group of golden-winged great rocks had complicated gazes as they watched the scene before them. They were extremely emotional. They had never thought that they would have to rely on a human and a dragon to escape in such a situation. At this moment, the human and dragon were still doing their best to protect them. They did not abandon them, who had once ostracized them. Rumble, high up in the sky, another wave of destructive golden lightning descended. It fell onto little Xingxing's black tortoise's divine shell like a storm. Under the continuous bombardment of lightning, little Xingxing's divine shell, which was protecting everyone, dimmed once again. It was engulfed by the resplendent golden lightning. Little Xingxing's small body trembled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his bewitching eyes were abnormally determined. Father, we're here. I can't hold on any longer. This golden crow heaven-burning lightning is too powerful. Little Xingxing cried out. After being bombarded by the golden crow heaven-burning lightning, his aura began to wither. The black tortoise's divine shell became dimmer and dimmer, as if it could no longer hold on. Then, the black tortoise's divine shell that little Xingxing held up turned into an inky black talisman pattern that enveloped little Xingxing. Although the talisman pattern formed by the black tortoise's divine shell dimmed, an inky black light spread out from it once again. It automatically protected little Xingxing's small body. Crackle, high up in the sky, a large swathe of golden lightning descended violently again, destroying space. Without the protection of little Xingxing's black tortoise's divine shell, the golden lightning immediately swept over everyone's heads. Not good, under that vast and domineering destructive aura, it made one's hair stand on end and their beast souls tremble. Rumble, in that split second, a purple lightning burst out from the void and instantly covered the surrounding sky. The vast aura instantly caused space to tremble violently, causing the bright golden lightning to be diluted a little. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's body leaped out. His eyes, which were originally overflowing with golden light, began to emit purple lightning arcs. His entire body was covered with a purple-gold lightning talisman pattern. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein. With his body as the center, purple lightning immediately spread out. In an instant, a purple-silver snake flashed in the void. A murderous aura descended. It didn't carry any killing intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. The purple lightning was extremely strong and young. It could sweep through the heavens and punish all living things. Compared to it, the golden crow heaven incinerating lightning, which was the most domineering, scorching, and destructive, also faintly trembled. It's really a human. What kind of martial vein is this? High up in the sky, a surprised and domineering voice resounded. The golden lightning fluctuated as if it was shocked. Everyone, come close to me. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. Then, the golden talisman pattern on his body flashed out and gathered into the five-finger mountain peak. Activating the martial vein spirit, a golden light suddenly appeared. Du Xiaofu's figure was immediately wrapped under the martial vein spirit. At this moment, in this dangerous place, trapped in this strange space, Du Xiaofu felt the existence of the seal in the sky with the strength of his primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu guessed that as long as he relied on the Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit to escape, he should be able to escape. As long as he could escape, there was no need to worry about the Golden Crow Sky burning thunder outside with the experts of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan. Boom! In a short moment, golden light erupted. The Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body also instantly expanded and evolved. As if it had been given life, dense spiritual energy spread out and immediately enveloped the surrounding stars, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others. The Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit communicated with the energy of heaven and earth. The pressure was rolling like a long rainbow. The golden talisman pattern that filled the sky was released as if it could crush and suppress all things in the world. Spatial ripples appeared and the seal was triggered. It seemed that it was about to take the opportunity to escape. What a strange martial vein, what a strange martial vein spirit. Kid, you can't escape. Stay here. The domineering thunderous roar suddenly sounded. In the bright golden lightning arc high up in the sky, there was a scorching and terrifying temperature fluctuation. The golden lightning was like a water surface that had a bomb thrown into it, causing violent ripples of destruction to appear. Boom! A bomb-like sound of thunder came out, and a bright golden lightning burst out from above. Looking carefully, it was actually an incomparably huge three-legged giant bird that was born. The three-legged giant bird was shaped like a crane, with 3 feet under its abdomen. Its entire body was golden and dazzling, like the flowing magma of the sun, and the surrounding electric arcs were overflowing. Gee, the three-legged giant bird screamed, and the sound wave tore through the space. With the earth-shattering golden lightning, it suddenly swept fiercely onto the Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit that Du Xiaofu was about to escape. Qi La, the 3 sharp claws were like heavenly blades, tightly clasping onto the golden Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit. Qi La suddenly, Du Xiaofu's golden Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit trembled violently under that terrifying force. Small cracks suddenly appeared on the martial vein spirit, and the cracks immediately climbed up the entire Golden Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit, and it was about to shatter completely. Poochie, at this moment, Du Xiaofu spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Such a vast force was definitely not something he could withstand right now. You guys go first, I'll cover you. At the critical moment, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, and a hint of sharpness and decisiveness surged in his eyes. His entire body surged with resplendent purple lightning, and his killing intent swept out, revealing the majesty of creation, and his aura was extremely masculine and young. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out from the golden Five-Finger Mountain Peak's martial vein spirit that was about to crack, and a lightning palm print slapped towards the huge 3-legged giant bird with all his might. The resplendent purple lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot out from the palm print, instantly colliding with the golden lightning 3-legged giant bird's body. Rumble! This collision caused the surrounding space to explode. The purple and golden arcs of lightning were like the most gorgeous fireworks that spread out. Under that kind of brilliance, any trace of brilliance was destroyed. Qi La, Du Xiaofu used all his strength to activate the Thunder Martial Vein. At this moment, he also forcefully shook the huge body of the resplendent golden lightning 3-legged giant bird away from the Martial Vein spirit. Chapter 1372. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was bleeding pale golden blood from his mouth. His body was knocked back from the void, his hair dancing wildly and stained with blood. He was in a sorry state. However, this was enough. Du Xiaofu's 5-fingered golden mountain vein spirit had already disappeared from this space along with little Xingxing, Jialo Jueyu, and all the younger generation of the great golden-winged rock clan. Bastard, seeing the golden mountain vein spirit disappear from this space, the golden lightning three-legged giant bird suddenly screeched. It flapped its wings and an invisible wave spread out. Whoosh, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the surrounding space was suddenly filled with strange bright golden lightning, enveloping Du Xiaofu completely. What a strange martial vein. It has a lot to do with lightning. A puny human actually has a spiritual lightning soul seed. The heavens are really helping me. I don't need those great golden-winged rocks anymore. The heavens are helping me. Heavenly lightning apocalypse. The three-legged giant bird of dazzling golden lightning screeched. Golden lightning shot out endlessly from the void and swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire space, as if covering the vast and boundless space. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bright golden lightning poured down from the void, like a waterfall hanging from the 9 heavens, connecting the top and bottom of the void. The blazing and domineering destructive power was at its peak, causing the surrounding void to boil like a stormy sea. A destructive power quietly erupted and spread out. The entire space began to tremble. From high up in the sky, it seemed as if the space was beginning to collapse. The entire space was on the verge of collapse. Not good. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were serious, and his expression changed drastically. Rumble, in the square outside the great golden-winged rock hall, Jialo Changtian, the great elder Jialo Kaling, the great guardian, and other experts of the great golden-winged rock clan looked at the huge hall in front of them that was on the verge of collapse and listened to the soul-shaking thunder. At this moment there was nothing they could do. The commotion inside is getting louder and louder. I'm afraid they're already dead. The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, said solemnly. Patriarch, there seems to be something wrong inside. What if the evil lightning escapes? Fourth Elder Jialo Ye's expression was as grave as First Guardian Jialo Huanyu's. Both of them felt that the commotion in the hall was somewhat special. We absolutely can't let that evil lightning leave this place. Once it leaves this place, given its talent and characteristics, it will bring a catastrophe to our clan. Jialo Changtian said to Fourth Elder Jialo Yi. Patriarch, if Jialo Juyu and the others are already dead, and evil thunder is still escaping, shouldn't we prepare in advance? Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu clenched his teeth. At this moment, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Jialo Juyu and the other young people, but if the worst came to worst, he could only make preparations in advance. Wait a little longer. Don't take the next step until the very last moment. Maybe a miracle will happen and they will be able to find a way to escape. Jialo Changtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Golden light gushed out from his eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn, but his temperament was still as arrogant as ever. Rumble, suddenly, just as Jialo Changtian's voice fell, the huge hall of the golden-winged rock clan began to shake, and then it began to crack. Crack, crack, a slight cracking sound came from the void, and in an instant, the cracks climbed up the entire hall. Oh no, it seems that evil thunder is destroying the hall by itself. At this moment, the experts of the golden-winged rock clan in front of the hall were all shocked. Once the hall was destroyed, the space would collapse, and the entire space would be sealed for 100 years. Then, all the young golden-winged rock clan who entered this time would really be doomed, and they would not be able to come out alive. At this moment, everyone present were experts from the golden-winged great rocks, so it was naturally not difficult for them to discern that at this moment, it was the golden crow heaven incinerating lightning that was taking the initiative to destroy the entire hall. This caused everyone to be puzzled. The younger generation has been completely annihilated, and all of them have been killed. Is this a great disaster for our clan? On the great elder's old face, his eyes were calm, his expression was sighing, and his heart was filled with grief. Is this the tribulation of our clan? Everyone's eyes were filled with grief. The younger generation had all suffered a calamity, and they were all annihilated. They were all disciples of their clan, their blood relatives. Even if everyone present was an expert of the golden-winged rock clan, they could not help but feel grief in their hearts. Could it be that there really isn't a miracle? Jialo Changtian stood with his hands behind his back, and within his long sleeves, his fists were clenched tightly. The younger generation had all suffered a calamity, and this was a huge blow to the entire golden-winged rock clan. Swish, suddenly, above the cracked golden-winged rock-shaped hall in front of him, spatial ripples rippled, and resplendent golden runes surged out. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a golden five-fingered mountain peak flashed out like a real lightning bolt, and one could faintly see figures wrapped within it. Rumble. At the same time, the huge hall also completely cracked, and began to collapse amidst the rumbling thunder and lightning. Swish, from high above the sky, a large number of resplendent golden thunderbolts surged out and directly swept towards the golden five-fingered mountain peak. They've come out. Everyone, retreat quickly. If the hall is destroyed, this space will collapse, and everything will be sealed for 100 years. When Jialo Changtian's voice resounded in the void, his figure had already appeared behind the golden five-fingered mountain peak. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and from the void around Jialo Changtian, a resplendent golden rune surged out, converging into a handprint, like a pair of wings that shook the sky and directly swept out. Swish, Jialo Changtian's handprint swept out, and wherever it passed, everything in the space was annihilated, and the resplendent golden thunderbolts that were chasing after the golden five-fingered mountain peak disappeared into the void in an instant. Let's go. At the same time, Jialo Changtian waved his hand, and a golden light wrapped around the golden five-fingered mountain peak. The golden light energy twisted the void, and the resplendent golden light climbed up the huge golden five-fingered mountain peak's shadow, and immediately disappeared from this space along with the golden five-fingered mountain peak's shadow. Swoosh, 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 one by one, the figures also rushed into the sky, and immediately disappeared from this space in a hurry. Rumble, as the figures of the crowd disappeared, the vast space around began to collapse strangely. A large number of resplendent golden thunderbolts, like a sea of thunderbolts, like a golden python, violently roaring and wildly overflowing. At this moment, in this collapsed void, resplendent golden runes suddenly spread out from the collapsed space. These golden runes seemed to carry a force from ancient times, covering the sky and the earth, and finally, above the collapsed void, converging into a huge golden-winged rock shadow. Screech! The golden-winged rock shadow screeched, and an overbearing force from ancient times descended, with a supreme force, as if penetrating through the ancient times, and finally penetrating the space, and then began to distort it, and then everything began to disappear. Swish, swish, in the mountains of the golden-winged rock clan, figures broke out from the void and landed in an ancient square. Rumble, above the mountains, the space in front of them suddenly seemed to be torn apart, and a large number of golden thunderbolts swept out, as if a huge golden space hole had appeared in the sky, and the sound of thunder resounded endlessly from it, making people tremble in fear. Chi-la, golden light spread out, and a large number of golden figures rushed out, faintly shrouded in what seemed to be a golden five-fingered mountain peak shadow. However, at this moment, the illusory figure of the golden five-finger mountain range spirit was strangely gradually disappearing. Figures completely revealed themselves, and each of them was still in shock, and had not yet recovered from the shock. They were Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and all the younger generations of the golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Changtian's figure was the last to appear in the space, wearing a golden robe, with the golden-winged rock pattern like a living creature, and the aura on his body was releasing a kind of ethereal aura at this moment. Chi-la-la, the huge golden space hole gradually disappeared, and no more golden lightning overflowed, and the blazing destructive energy completely disappeared. Few, seeing Jialo Juiyu and the others come out, The experts of the golden-winged rock clan who were present suddenly let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts. If all the younger generation suffered such a disaster this time, then even the golden-winged rock clan would absolutely not be able to withstand such a blow. The main hall was destroyed and the space was sealed for 100 years. What does that evil thunder want to do? The great elder looked at the sky in front, and his old face looked puzzled. He did not know why the golden crow burning sky thunder wanted to destroy the main hall by itself. At this moment, the space collapsed and was sealed for 100 years, which was equivalent to the golden crow burning sky thunder directly locking itself up for another 100 years. For the golden crow burning sky thunder, 100 years of darkness was enough to make it weaker and weaker. "Father," a young voice shouted, and a small body rushed out. At this time, the ink-black talisman on little Xingxing's body seemed to be no longer threatened, and quietly disappeared into little Xingxing's body. "Hey, I don't see that guy." Jialo Kaling raised her eyes and looked at the golden mountain phantom that had appeared before. That was Du Xiaofu's vain spirit, and Jialo Kaling thought that Du Xiaofu was also there. At this moment, Jialo Kaling realized that although some of the people who had come out were seriously injured, some were riddled with scars, and some were covered in blood, all of them had come out. Only Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. "Why don't I see Du Xiaofu?" The experts present were like Jialo Kaling. When they saw the golden five-fingered vain spirit in a hurry, they thought that Du Xiaofu was naturally there. Chapter 1373. At this moment, everyone saw that at least everyone had come out alive, but Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. "Open the space for me, my father is still trapped inside. Open the space for me, quick!" Looking at the merged space, little Xingxing shouted at Jialo Changtian and the other experts anxiously. "Child, the space inside has collapsed and is sealed again. I'm afraid no one will be able to open the seal within 100 years. Jialo Changtian looked at little Xingxing and said, "No, my father is still trapped inside. I have to find my father." Little Xingxing shouted, golden flames surging in her bewitching eyes. Her blood seemed to have attacked her heart, and she spurted out another mouthful of blood from her pale little mouth. Following another mouthful of blood, the golden flames in little Xingxing's bewitching eyes strangely faded, and her little body's aura became weaker and weaker. "I have to find my father." Little Xingxing's voice became softer and softer. Her little body could no longer support herself. Originally, little Xingxing was relying on her own strength and the black tortoise divine shell to protect everyone. Little Xingxing was already forcefully resisting and suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, little Xingxing was anxious and her blood was attacking her heart. She could no longer support herself and fainted. Jialo Changtian immediately held little Xingxing in his arms and waved his hand at Jialo Zhiyu and the others. He asked, "What happened inside?" In order to protect us, Du Xiaofu chose to face the golden crow burning sky lightning alone. If it weren't for him and little Xingxing risking their lives to protect us, I'm afraid none of us would be able to escape today. Jialo Zhiyu's eyes surged with golden light as she looked at the merged space. She bit her lips with a complicated expression on her face. Hearing this, all the experts of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan trembled, and their hearts trembled. Rumble, in the vast space, the golden lightning was dazzling. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was surrounded by a boundless sea of golden lightning, filled with dazzling golden lightning arcs. Standing in the middle of the golden sea of lightning, the rumbling sound of thunder resounded all around. A scorching aura of destruction constantly spread out from it, causing one's hair to stand on end. Standing in the middle of it, one's figure seemed exceptionally small. However, at this moment Du Xiaofu was different. Both of his eyes were suffused with purple lightning, and his entire body was covered with purple-gold lightning talisman runes. With his body as the center, waves of purple lightning emerged from the void, and purple-silver snakes flickered in the surrounding void. Du Xiaofu's pupils constricted as he stared at the enormous three-legged golden lightning bird in the sea of golden lightning before him. A murderous aura spread out from his body. It was as if he was the sovereign of lightning, causing the golden lightning in the surroundings to not dare to approach and to submit to him. Pucci, suddenly, Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of pale golden blood. Oh no, Du Xiaofu frowned, and a solemn expression flashed through his eyes without leaving a trace. The vain soul had protected little Xingxing and the others out of the hall, but the vain soul had still suffered great damage and dissipated in the end. The vain soul had been heavily injured, and the body had been injured instead. This kind of injury was not ordinary. What a strange martial vein! The three-legged bird formed by the golden lightning locked its huge eyes on Du Xiaofu and trembled slightly. Looking at the silver lightning arcs around Du Xiaofu's body and feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, the three-legged golden lightning bird's eyes gradually revealed a kind of madness and greed. The three-legged golden lightning bird's fierce eyes continued to carefully size up Du Xiaofu, as if it was still searching for something. It muttered softly, "You seem to have spiritual thunder on your body. I can feel that there must be other spiritual thunders. Golden crow sky burning thunder, how about we mind our own business? If you want to escape, why do you have to deal with me? It's a strenuous and unrewarding task. Isn't it better to save some energy to escape?" Du Xiaofu's eyes turned, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the three-legged bird and said, "Ha ha ha ha." The three-legged golden lightning bird laughed, and its wings flapped as it laughed, bringing with it a golden lightning storm. It caused the surrounding golden lightning to rise and fall like a stormy sea, causing people to be inexplicably shocked. Retracting its smile, the three-legged bird's fierce eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu and said with madness and greed, "Kid, I've changed my mind. I don't plan to escape now and let those young golden-winged great rocks escape. Without a bargaining chip, it won't be easy to leave the golden-winged great rocks clan. Fortunately, the heavens are on my side. You are much better than those young golden-winged great rocks. The martial vein in your body is very strange, but it's a pity that your cultivation is not enough. In addition, you should also have spiritual thunder on your body. If I devour you, the benefits will be huge. At that time, it will definitely be difficult for the golden-winged great rocks to trap me again. The heavens are really on my side. You want to refine me?" Du Xiaofu frowned. So this golden crow burning sky thunder wanted to keep him here. It turned out that it was the same as the earth-collapsing sky thunder in the Hahuan school. It wanted to refine him to obtain benefit. Of course, you can't escape anymore. The space outside has already collapsed. As far as I know, the surrounding space has been sealed and will only disappear after 100 years. No matter how strong the people outside are, they won't be able to enter. And after 100 years, those old fellows in the golden-winged Great Rocks clan think they can suppress me, but they don't know that after I refine you, they won't be able to suppress me so easily. At that time, I will definitely let them know how powerful I am." The three-legged bird cried out loudly. A bright and destructive golden lightning energy burst out from its huge body, as if it was filled with resentment. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression became extremely serious. He originally thought that obtaining benefits from the competition of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan was a great thing, like a pie falling from the sky. Who would have thought that in the end, he would once again be brought to this extremely dangerous place? It seemed that this golden crow burning sky thunder would definitely not let him go. His pulse spirit had been heavily injured. Even if he had the chance to escape with his pulse spirit, he couldn't even activate it at this moment. Moreover, under the control of the golden crow burning sky thunder, Du Xiaofu also knew that it would be difficult for him to escape easily. "You're saying that this space has already collapsed and the people outside can't enter at all?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked at the three-legged golden thunderbird with a serious expression and asked, "TSK, of course. No one can enter. 100 years is enough for me to refine you and advance a step further. More importantly, no one will be able to trap me at that time. The heavens are helping me." The three-legged golden thunderbird laughed coldly. Everything was going according to its plan. It didn't expect to have such a harvest this time. It was really being helped by the heavens. "Is that so? If you want to refine me, I'm afraid you're still a little lacking." Du Xiaofu's originally serious expression suddenly relaxed at this moment. He smiled and activated the lightning martial vein in his body. From the surface of his body, purple lightning immediately spread out. It was extremely strong and young. Its aura was vast and mighty, as if it could punish the common people. The three-legged bird's fierce eyes locked onto Du Xiaofu's body. Feeling the aura, its gaze became increasingly greedy. It laughed disdainfully and said, "Insignificant human, then die." As its cold laughter faded, the three-legged bird flapped its wings. In this space, huge golden lightning bolts swept towards Du Xiaofu ruthlessly. Bright golden lightning bolts streaked across the space. Wherever they passed, the space was destroyed and turned into void. In an instant, they arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. "Fuck, do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also angry. As his voice faded, a purple gold streamer rushed out from his palm like lightning. In an instant, it turned into a huge three-legged cauldron on his palm. The mouth of the cauldron was facing the front. Boom! At this moment, the golden lightning space suddenly trembled violently. A vast purple-gold thundercloud gathered out of thin air and occupied the sky. Its aura was destructive. Rumble! Then, a rumbling explosion spread in the space. A large area of purple lightning raged, as if there were countless bombs exploding in the void of the underground pit. The purple lightning and Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein were the same. Their auras were the supreme of the lightning. At this moment, the pressure that spread out from the purple lightning was not something that ordinary spiritual lightning could compare with. At this moment, the golden crow sky burning thunder was also affected. Everything happened in a flash. In Du Xiaofu's palm, the three-legged cauldron's mouth surged with purple lightning. In an instant, it turned into a huge purple lightning vortex. It directly swallowed the large area of golden lightning that was rushing towards Du Xiaofu. The golden lightning was very domineering and powerful. Its aura was extremely hot and destructive. However, at this moment, the purple lightning vortex in front of the three-legged cauldron in Du Xiaofu's palm was directly swallowed and absorbed. "What is that?" At this moment, the three-legged bird also felt something. Its fierce eyes were filled with shock. It stared at the three-legged cauldron in Du Xiaofu's palm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the purple lightning profound cauldron. "Treasure, it must be a treasure. It's also a lightning treasure. The heavens have treated me well." In just a short while, the three-legged golden lightning bird's shocked gaze was filled with passion and greed again. It could feel that the three-legged cauldron was extraordinary. If it fell into its hands, it would be like a tiger that had grown wings. "You deal with it slowly. I'm going to rest for a while." Du Xiaofu looked at the three-legged bird and smiled faintly. He knew that even if he had the purple lightning profound cauldron in his hand, he did not have much strength to deal with the golden crow sky burning thunder. Moreover, he did not know if the purple lightning profound cauldron could deal with the golden crow sky burning thunder. After all, the golden crow sky burning thunder was already at the domain realm. However, Du Xiaofu was confident that if he hid in the purple lightning profound cauldron, the golden crow sky burning thunder would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Since no one could enter this space, he was not afraid of exposing the purple lightning profound cauldron. Now that he was seriously injured, he needed time to recover. Du Xiaofu did not want to be entangled with the golden crow sky burning thunder at this moment. Chi. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the purple lightning profound cauldron rotated and hovered in the void. Then, Du Xiaofu entered the purple lightning profound cauldron and disappeared. The golden lightning profound cauldron was dumbfounded, and it couldn't recover from its shock for a while. Chapter 1374. Do you think you will be fine if you hide inside? What a joke! The golden lightning three-legged bird screeched, its eyes filled with disdain. As it flapped its wings, it opened its sharp beak and a golden lightning gathered and spat out. With an even more frightening pressure, it ruthlessly smashed towards Du Xiaofu's purple lightning profound cauldron. Sizzle, the purple lightning profound cauldron spun and immediately turned upside down. An even more resplendent and destructive purple lightning erupted from the large cauldron. Crash, in an instant, the two bolts of lightning collided. The lightning energy was like a resplendent purple-gold firework shooting into the sky. However, such a collision did not cause too much of a sonic boom. Soon after, a purple lightning vortex surged out from under the purple lightning profound cauldron. It was like a ferocious monstrous lightning beast had opened its lightning mouth and directly swallowed a large amount of the golden crow sky burning lightning. How can this be? The three-legged golden lightning bird was shocked. It seemed to have sensed something as anger flashed across its fierce eyes. After which, it once again activated the resplendent and tyrannical destructive golden lightning. Golden lightning runes that filled the sky rippled in this lightning space, as if they had transformed into a resplendent golden lightning wave that swept towards the purple lightning profound cauldron from all directions with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Rumble, the purple-gold lightning wreaked havoc. A strange purple thundercloud occupied this golden lightning space. The purple lightning profound cauldron spun. The purple-gold lightning vortex below was like a terrifying purple-gold black hole, swallowing and spitting out a huge suction force. It directly pulled the golden crow sky burning lightning that could topple mountains and overturn seas into the cauldron in an endless stream. Sizzle, at this moment, the surrounding scorching and destructive golden crow sky burning lightning seemed to have been pulled by some invisible force and uncontrollably rushed towards the purple lightning profound cauldron. The moment the scorching and destructive golden crow sky burning lightning came into contact with the mouth of the purple gold lightning vortex, it immediately disappeared into the purple lightning profound cauldron and disappeared. Rumble, the purple lightning profound cauldron swallowed the golden crow sky burning lightning, causing the golden lightning space to continuously tremble. Thunder roared like a tide, it was deafening, but no one could hear it at this moment. The countless heart-palpitating golden lightning wildly danced and swept towards the purple lightning profound cauldron from all directions. Sizzle, at this moment, the purple lightning profound cauldron was pulling the golden crow sky burning, swallowing the golden crow sky burning lightning. How can this be? This change made the giant bird's eyes filled with shock. It found that it had no control over its own body, and the three-legged cauldron was continuously devouring its energy. It couldn't even stop it at this moment. You damn it you! God, the giant three-legged bird was furious. It was not stupid. It knew that with the human's cultivation level and his current state of injury, even if he urged the lightning treasure to devour its energy, he would not be able to hold on for long. Sooner or later, he would be devoured, and then he would be harmed by the backlash. Rumble. The body of the golden three-legged giant bird moved horizontally, bursting out dazzling golden thunderbolts that blotted out the sky. It was like an eruption of heavenly thunder. The violent and blazing destructive aura of the thunderbolts rose to the extreme, continuously crushing toward the purple lightning profound cauldron. At this moment, the golden crow heaven-burning lightning wanted to use the most tyrannical method to destroy that human. As long as the human suffered a backlash, the lightning treasure would eventually fall into its hands. There was also the spiritual thunder and the special thunder martial vein in the human body. At that time, it would continue to evolve. 100 years later, the powerhouses of the golden-winged great rocks could no longer trap it. Unfortunately, the golden crow burning sky lightning's thoughts were correct. If it was an ordinary treasure, it was likely that it would be sufficient to cause Du Xiaofu to suffer a backlash and be harmed by it. But the purple thunder profound cauldron was absolutely not an ordinary treasure. The violet lightning profound cauldron spun as if it was spreading out. Countless violet gold spirit snakes shuttled through space as a violet gold profound lightning vortex gushed out, and it continued to swallow the blazing and destructive energy of the Suncrow Heaven incineration lightning into it. Sizzle! The void trembled violently as the violet gold lightning vortex within the violet lightning profound cauldron continued to swallow the blazing and destructive Suncrow Heaven incineration lightning. Around the violet gold lightning vortex, large amounts of violet gold lightning filled the air, and its aura was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. At this moment, no matter how many Suncrow Heaven incineration lightning surged over, the violet lightning profound cauldron would swallow them all without fail. Back at the Hehuan school, Du Xiaofu had also used the violet lightning profound cauldron to deal with the great earth-shattering lightning. But back then, the violet lightning profound cauldron had been isolated by the great earth-shattering lightning. In addition, Du Xiaofu's cultivation level and strength back then were vastly different from the great earth-shattering lightning. And now, although Du Xiaofu was severely injured, he was still an absolute nirvana martial honorable. The Golden Crow Heaven incineration lightning was only at the initial domain level. Although the initial domain level was definitely not comparable to the honorable realm level, it was a world of difference. But at this moment, in front of a freak like Du Xiaofu, a nirvana martial honorable's cultivation level was not something that could be compared to an ordinary martial honorable of the same level. Therefore, it had closed the gap by quite a bit. At this moment, there was something more important. The Golden Crow Heaven incineration lightning thought that there was no problem with its idea. It poured its vast power into the lightning treasure, wanting to cause the human to explode and devour him instead of continuing to attack the violet lightning profound cauldron. However, the Golden Crow Heaven incineration lightning would never have thought that its method was undoubtedly sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. The Golden Crow Heaven incineration lightning did not understand the origin of Du Xiaofu's violet lightning profound cauldron. If it had known earlier, it would not have made such a stupid decision even if it was beaten to death. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could not be bothered with the commotion outside for the time being. He had absolute trust in the violet lightning profound cauldron. After entering the violet lightning profound cauldron, the ancient desolate space between his eyebrows flew out. Du Xiaofu also immediately entered the ancient desolate space. PFFF, faint golden blood was still flowing out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. After taking a deep breath, he stuffed a large amount of elixirs into his mouth. Let's heal first. After that, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. He circulated the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and began to regulate his breathing. In this situation, Du Xiaofu was extremely decisive. No matter what, the most important thing for him now was to recover his injuries and strength. If the violet lightning profound cauldron could not withstand it, he would still have a way out. Walala, after a moment, in the misty ancient desolate space, spatial ripples slightly rippled. A boundless ancient aura filled the air. Du Xiaofu's body was also enveloped in a faint golden energy halo. The late autumn dusk always came especially quickly. As the sun set in the west, the wind in the valley carried a dense chill, driving the surrounding white fog to wander down the mountain. As the sun set, the shadows of the mountains gradually pressed down. The shadows became thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night. However, it was soon turned into a silver-gray color by the bright moon. In front of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's mountain, a figure stood quietly. No one left. Everyone's eyes were surging with a complicated expression. Father, quickly think of a way. Du Xiaofu is still inside. With the strength of the clan's elders, can't we break the seal with the combined strength of the clan's elders? Jialo Kaling's delicate face turned pale. Her golden eyes looked solemnly at the calm sky in front of her. She seemed to be in a daze. There's no way. The seal was set up by the ancestors. The Great Elder and the Second Elder also participated in it. However, at that time it was just a precaution. The seal did not leave a way out. It can only dissipate after 100 years. This has nothing to do with strength. There's no way to break it. Jialo Changtian sighed slightly. His eyes were suffused with a golden radiance. He muttered, "It's already been 3 days. Will there really not be any more miracles? This time, our golden-winged great rock clan owes him a favor." On one side of the square, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, Jialo Yueing, and the rest of the younger generation stood quietly. This time, they had all escaped from death. These young disciples all had serious injuries on their bodies, and the majority of them were seriously injured. However, in these 3 days, they had only swallowed a lot of spiritual herbs. None of them left. They were all waiting spontaneously. It was as if each and every one of them was looking forward to something deep in their hearts. It was as if they were waiting for a miracle to happen. It's been 3 days. I'm afraid that the hope is already very small. Jialo Jueo looked at the sunset ahead. Another day had passed. The depths of his eyes were the most complicated. Jialo Jueo had never thought that in that life and death situation, that human would risk his life to protect them and put himself in a desperate situation. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan was born to be supreme in the Beast Clan. Their characters were extremely arrogant. However, in the face of the continuous shock of that human, in the end, he did not care about his own safety and sent them out of the desperate situation in the face of life and death. This made these arrogant golden-winged Great Rock Clan's younger generation deeply shocked in their hearts. They were all clear that if it were not for Du Xiaofu's help at the cost of his own life, they would definitely be buried in the Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning. None of them would be able to escape. If he can come out, I will never find trouble with him again. Even if he wants me to follow him in the future, it's fine. On Jialo Jueo's pale face, there was a golden light fluctuation in his sharp eyes. Back then, when Jialo Jueo found trouble with Du Xiaofu, it was only because of the superiority in his heart and the pride of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. In fact, when he was defeated in the end, although Jialo Jueo had some resentment in his heart at the beginning, he later understood that there was always someone better than him. Just like what the second commander Jialo Jueyu had said to him, that defeat was beneficial to him. After that, when Jialo Jueo heard that even Jialo Jueo, who had defeated the second commander Jialo Jueyu, was defeated by Du Xiaofu and even took a step back in the end, allowing Jialo Jueo to escape unscathed, he was already convinced in his heart. However, the pride in the depths of his heart made him unable to step down. But this time, when he saw Du Xiaofu help his clan's disciples and put himself in a desperate situation to protect them and leave, Jialo Jueo's heart was touched and completely convinced. Chapter 1375. Hearing Jialo Jueo's words, the disciples of the same generation did not say anything, but their eyes rippled. Jialo Jueyu looked up at the sky, a faint golden light rippling in his eyes. His yellow robes with gold trimmings fluttered slightly, making him look like a flawless jade man. At this moment, even though he was standing there quietly, Jialo Jueyu still looked so beautiful and charming, with a unique charm. However, at this moment, Jialo Jueyu's face was also very pale. The golden light in his eyes slowly faded, turning into calmness. He said to the people around him, "This time, what we all owe Du Xiaofu is not just our lives. Not only am I not as strong as him, but he is also stronger than me." In front of the square, little Xingxing's small body stood, looking forward. His small hand held Zixian's hand, not saying anything, his face pale. "Father will definitely be fine. Mother, don't you think so?" After a moment, under the afterglow of the setting sun, little Xingxing raised his head slightly and asked Zixian. Zixian lowered her head, her faint purple eyes looking at little Xingxing. Her other hand stroked the hair in front of little Xingxing's forehead. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was like a fairy's as she said, "His physical body is different. The golden crow burning sky lightning is only at the initial domain realm. I'm afraid it can't do anything to your father. So, even if father is trapped inside, he will definitely be fine after 100 years, right?" On little Xingxing's pale face, his clear and bright eyes were suffused with a faint golden flame, still as enchanting as before. "I think so. He has a tough life. After so many dangers, he has been fine. This time is nothing," Zixian said softly, looking at little Xingxing with a faint smile. "Then, after 100 years, will father become old? He is a human." Little Xingxing pouted slightly and asked Zixian. He was a little worried. 100 years was nothing to demonic beasts, but to humans it was quite a big impact. "He has already reached the Nirvana Martial Saint realm. He won't be that old." Zixian raised her eyebrows slightly, then looked up at the sky. There were some ripples in her purple eyes that were so deep that it was difficult to see them. Divine Ape King, Little Ying, Phantom Tiger King, and Ghost Chariot are all by father's side. "I hope they will be fine," little Xingxing softly muttered. His young and tender face was no longer as grave. However, there was no smile on his face either. The space fluctuated, and a rickety old lady appeared in the square. Her hair was speckled, and she wore a light golden robe. "Greetings, sacred elder." As the old lady appeared, the first elder, second elder, and the other elders and protectors all bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sacred elder." The surrounding golden-winged great rocks, Jialo Yuang, Jialo Juyu, and the others immediately knelt on one knee. "Mother, why are you here?" In front of the old lady, Jialo Changtian also appeared very respectful. "Let me take a look." The old lady nodded at Jialo Changtian and waved her hand to dismiss the elders, protectors, and disciples. Then, she looked at the sky in front of her. Her eyes were calm as she said, "This old lady owes my grandson, owes him." Grandma Jialo Kai Ling stepped forward and looked at the old and stooped granny. She quietly supported the granny. "Great-grandmother." Little Xingxing came to the granny's side and said in a tender voice. The old lady held little Xingxing's little hand with her withered palm and gently patted the back of little Xingxing's head. Her wrinkled face that had been sculpted by time squeezed out a loving smile. "Great-grandmother, don't worry. Nothing will happen to my father. The golden crow burning sky lightning won't be able to do anything to my father," little Xingxing said softly. His clear eyes were filled with determination. "Yes, nothing will happen to him." The granny nodded with a smile in her eyes. "Disciples of the clan, listen up." Suddenly, Jialo Changtian opened his mouth and looked at the calm space in front of him. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an invisible wave. The sound waves spread out in all directions like a tide, resounding throughout the entire golden-winged Great Rocks clan. "Today, I, Jialo Changtian, will take Du Xiaofu as my adopted son. From today onwards, Du Xiaofu will be the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan." Jialo Changtian's voice resounded in every corner of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. In the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan, all the disciples and young golden-winged Great Rock clan were shocked. On the square in front of the mountain, all the elders, protectors, Jialo Juyu and the others were stunned. However, no one objected. Even the great elder and the second elder didn't say anything. Originally, the granny had taken Du Xiaofu as her adopted grandson. In fact, it was equivalent to Jialo Changtian's adopted son. However, there was still a big difference. But now that Jialo Changtian had said it himself, it was different. It was equivalent to gaining the true recognition of the entire golden-winged Great Rocks clan. Especially when Jialo Changtian said that Du Xiaofu was the young clan leader, it was even more important. It could be said that he was the future clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. If Jialo Changtian had made such a decision in the past, the Great Elder and the others would have reminded him. After all, Du Xiaofu was still a human. But at this moment, no one said anything. Everyone is inside. My grandson can't hear it. The granny looked at Jialo Changtian, took little Xingxing's hand and said softly, "If he comes out in the future, he will also be my adopted son, the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan." Jialo Changtian replied. His voice seemed to echo in the square so that everyone could hear it. Then, he looked at Jialo Jiu and the others and said, "Everyone, go back and treat your injuries." Rumble, in the space of the dazzling golden sea of lightning, the thunder subsided. How could this be? Damn it, what's going on? At this moment, the golden lightning three-legged bird wanted to escape, but it realized that it was too late. The strange three-legged cauldron rotated, and the purple-gold lightning vortex at the entrance of the cauldron automatically devoured the energy of the golden crow burning sky thunder. Although it had stopped sending itself into the tiger's mouth, the lightning treasure's automatic devouring speed was not too slow. If this continued for a long time, it would be enough to exhaust it. In this sealed space, the golden crow burning sky thunder had lost its connection with the outside world. It couldn't recover at all. How could this be? What is this thing? The three-legged golden lightning bird's fierce eyes were stunned. It tried its best to stop the three-legged cauldron from devouring its energy, but it found that the effect was minimal. It couldn't stop it. The purple-gold lightning within the three-legged cauldron even made it feel afraid, as if it could suppress it. At this moment, the golden crow burning sky thunder, from its original disdain and greed, began to panic and fear. It didn't dare to casually attack the three-legged cauldron lightning treasure. It was afraid that the more it attacked, the faster its energy would be consumed. In the misty space, Du Xiaofu's figure, who was sitting cross-legged, was surrounded by a golden energy halo. A tyrannical and fierce aura spread out. Chi, when the golden energy halo gradually disappeared into his body, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Golden light shot out from his eyes. Purple flames, starlight, and purple lightning surged at the same time. Then, they slowly converged into a clear and bright light. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his throat. A vigorous and surging aura shook the surrounding space, causing the purple robe to flutter. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's originally pale face had unknowingly recovered its rosy color. Spying on the vigorous profound qi in his body and the abundant primordial spirit power in his mind's Naiwan palace, Du Xiaofu's expression also secretly relaxed a little. Du Xiaofu estimated that it had already been more than a month in the desolate ancient space. He had only slightly recovered. This time, his injuries were not light. And it had only been a few days in the outside world. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He closed his eyes and released his mind, prying outside of the purple thunder profound cauldron. After a while, Du Xiaofu withdrew his mind and opened his slightly closed eyes, revealing a slight smile. As he probed with his mind, Du Xiaofu discovered that his purple thunder profound cauldron had been automatically devouring the golden crow heaven burning lightning. The golden crow heaven burning lightning had also begun to retreat. Without turning his gaze, Du Xiaofu seemed to be thinking about something. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the desolate ancient space. When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he was already outside of the purple thunder profound cauldron. His body was covered with a golden light barrier, isolating the surrounding golden crow heaven burning lightning. Seeing Du Xiaofu appear again, the three-legged lightning golden giant bird stared at Du Xiaofu with its fierce eyes. Feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body and looking at Du Xiaofu's rosy face, the three-legged giant bird's eyes secretly surged with astonishment. Golden crow heaven burning lightning, you can't do anything to me. It seems that I can't do anything to you for the time being. Why don't we both mind our own business and get along peacefully? Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the huge three-legged lightning golden giant bird. At this moment, the huge three-legged lightning golden giant bird in front of him was condensed by the golden crow heaven-burning lightning. How do we get along peacefully? The three-legged giant bird's eyes rippled. It seemed to be interested and asked Du Xiaofu. Looking at the three-legged giant bird, Du Xiaofu said without turning his eyes, "This space has collapsed. It seems that neither of us will be able to get out for 100 years. We can't fight for 100 years. Why don't we both take a step back? I won't deal with you and you don't provoke me. If you are willing to help me refine my divine body, I will help you if I can." Chapter 1376. Puny Human, in your dreams. After I destroy you, everything will be mine. What right do you have to bargain with me? Die. Suddenly, before Du Xiaofu could finish his sentence, the golden lightning three-legged bird suddenly changed its expression and moved. Crash! In a short instant, large expanses of dazzling golden lightning suddenly surged out from all directions around Du Xiaofu. They carried a violent and blazing aura of destruction as they distorted space and enveloped Du Xiaofu. The golden crow burning sky lightning seemed to have the intention to negotiate with Du Xiaofu, but it was actually secretly attacking. As the golden crow burning sky lightning, how could it negotiate with a puny human? That lightning treasure, the other spiritual lightning, and the lightning martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body were all things that it coveted. How could it let go of such an opportunity so easily? Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden lightning exploded and swept around Du Xiaofu in all directions with a destructive force, enveloping Du Xiaofu. Bang bang bang! The lightning exploded. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions resounded in the lightning space. Colorful golden lightning arcs exploded and filled the space. However, the moment the earth-shattering golden lightning exploded, the expression in the three-legged golden lightning bird's eyes changed drastically. Anger surged into its eyes. As the three-legged bird's eyes changed, a large amount of golden crow burning sky lightning mysteriously disappeared where the lightning had exploded. Buzz! Then, a purple-gold lightning vortex appeared and a three-legged cauldron appeared. Du Xiaofu's figure had long disappeared. Don't want to get along peacefully? Then I'll do as you wish. Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in the lightning space with a hint of sharpness. However, his body had already entered the purple lightning profound cauldron. Damn human bastard! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the three-legged golden lightning bird was furious. It did not expect the human to be so fast. It was obvious that the treacherous human had been guarding against it. However, although the golden crow burning sky lightning was furious, it could do nothing. It did not even dare to attack the three-legged cauldron. It was afraid that its energy would be devoured more and more. At that time, it would become weaker and weaker. This space was too disadvantageous for it. However, Du Xiaofu, who had entered the purple lightning profound cauldron, did not look any better. In a space of the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was still safe with the purple lightning profound cauldron, he couldn't really hide here for 100 years. How many years did he have to cultivate? Haofu Zilu? To Du Xiaofu had to Du Xiaofu had to, Du Xiaofu had Du Xiaofu's SS. He still had to save his master, the Academy and the Seven-Star Hall's blood feud, and his family had yet to be reunited. 100 years might be nothing to other Nirvana realm martial venerables. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he could not afford to waste 100 years. The seal outside was different. Du Xiaofu did not know if he could get out by relying on his meridian spirit. However, this space was the space of the golden crow burning sky lightning. He could not get out even if he hid in the purple lightning profound cauldron. Naturally, he did not even have the chance to try, unless he could get rid of the golden crow burning sky lightning. Du Xiaofu could only smile bitterly at the initial domain level golden crow burning sky lightning. It was already good enough that he could stay safely in the purple lightning profound cauldron. He was afraid that he would not be able to do anything to the golden crow burning sky lightning at this moment. If he angered the golden crow burning sky lightning, a cornered dog would jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit would bite. When the golden crow burning sky lightning attacked with all its might, both sides would suffer. As he pondered, Du Xiaofu thought of many possible methods, but they were all useless. Trapped in the purple lightning profound cauldron, the first thing he had to get rid of was the golden crow burning sky lightning. It seems to be getting weaker. After a while, through the purple lightning profound cauldron and the golden crow burning sky lightning, Du Xiaofu could feel that the golden crow burning sky lightning was weaker than a few days ago. For some reason, it seemed that the golden crow burning sky lightning was unable to recover the power it had consumed. Sensing this phenomenon, Du Xiaofu seemed to have grasped something. The purple lightning profound cauldron had been devouring the golden crow burning sky lightning, but the power of the golden crow burning sky lightning was weakening. Although this weakening could not be sensed by those whose primordial spirit was not sharp enough, it would definitely become weaker if this continued. There's a chance. Suddenly, a glint flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu estimated that as long as the purple lightning profound cauldron kept devouring the golden crow burning sky lightning, the power of the golden crow burning sky lightning would become weaker and weaker. Once the golden crow burning sky lightning was consumed to a certain extent, he would have a chance. And if he could strengthen himself during this period, his chances of winning would become greater and greater. Being in the purple lightning profound cauldron would not affect his cultivation at all. Talisman Dao, martial Dao, and various profound mystical abilities required time to cultivate and comprehend. They could all strengthen himself. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu thought of refining his divine body. His original goal of entering the great golden-winged rock clan's secret ground was to successfully refine his divine body and achieve the true rock body. Before the golden crow burning sky lightning went berserk, Du Xiaofu had also clearly felt the transformation of his physical body by using the golden crow burning sky lightning to refine his divine body. However, given the current situation, Du Xiaofu knew that he could no longer use the golden crow burning sky lightning to refine his divine body. The purple gold profound lightning should only be above the golden crow burning sky lightning. I wonder, while thinking, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The third level of the golden-winged great pring bird's body tempering technique required the most tyrannical spiritual thunder to temper the divine body. The purple gold profound thunder in the purple thunder profound cauldron, whether it was tyrannical or oppressive, was definitely not something the golden crow heaven-burning thunder could compare to. Therefore, at this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly had a thought in his mind. How would it be if he used his purple gold profound lightning to refine his divine body? As the thought flashed through his mind, it became more and more uncontrollable. Du Xiaofu indeed hoped that he could successfully refine his divine body and make his physical body stronger again. Let's give it a try. There shouldn't be a problem, Du Xiaofu said softly. He had already made up his mind and decided to give it a try. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a vast void. The void was a little gray and there was a thick purple thundercloud in the sky. Within the purple thundercloud, there were purple streaks of lightning and a huge aura that made one's heart palpitate spread out. A powerful thunderbolt pressure spread from within it, causing a chill to rise on one's skin. The degree of overbearingness and might was definitely many times stronger than the golden crow sky burning lightning at the same level. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu looked at the churning purple thundercloud in the sky. In the next moment, he sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hand. Sizzle! At that moment, as Du Xiaofu's figure sat cross-legged in the void, a purple thundercloud with crackling electric arcs pressed down from the sky. Bright purple electric arcs flashed in the sky and shuttled back and forth in the gray space. The electric arcs that lit up the space made one's heart palpitate. An abnormally terrifying thunder might surged out and filled the entire void. Boom! In the thick purple thundercloud, strands of purple electric arcs quietly penetrated the cloud layer, and the entire space could not help but tremble. Sizzle! At the same time, purple electric arcs spread out from all directions and pressed down at a speed that was as fast as teleportation. In an instant, the lightning flashed and the purple electric arcs turned into purple thunderbolts that burst out of the thundercloud. Dazzling light poured down and countless purple thunderbolts fell from the sky and densely fell on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's hand seals were quickly forming, but at that moment, he did not even activate any defensive means and directly faced it with his physical body. The purple gold profound lightning in the purple thunder profound cauldron was originally controlled by Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaofu had already achieved the immortal Xian body under the purple gold profound lightning's forging. The purple gold profound lightning was destructive to others, but to Du Xiaofu, even if he bathed in the purple thunder profound cauldron, it would not be much of a problem. At that moment, what Du Xiaofu needed to do was to activate the Golden Rock's method of refining the divine body and absorb the power of the purple gold profound lightning to refine the divine body. Although Du Xiaofu had already achieved the immortal Xian body under the purple gold profound lightning's refinement. However, the Golden Rock's refinement of the divine body to achieve the true rock body was not the same as the immortal Xian body, and they did not conflict with each other. If he could successfully refine the divine body, it would definitely complement the immortal Xian body and bring his physical body to a new level. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Purple thunderclouds rolled in the sky and a huge purple thunderbolt as thick as an arm fell down like an angry dragon. Wherever the thunderbolt passed, the space distorted. Many thunderbolts fell directly on Du Xiaofu's physical body. The bright purple electric arcs immediately wreaked havoc on Du Xiaofu's body. At that moment, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged as if he was unmoved. He absorbed the power of the purple gold profound lightning and began to refine the divine body. Bolts of purple thunderbolts surged into Du Xiaofu's body. The domineering and destructive power of thunderbolts instantly spread throughout his body and bones, bringing with it waves of domineering and blazing energy. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and activated the Golden Rock's method of refining the divine body to absorb the power of the purple gold profound lightning. He was pleasantly surprised to find that, just as he expected, the purple gold profound lightning could completely replace the golden crow heaven-burning thunder to refine the divine body. Its effect was even stronger than the golden crow heaven-burning thunder. Moreover, all of this made it easier for Du Xiaofu to control, and the pain he had to endure was much less. When the thunderbolts fell and surged into Du Xiaofu's body, the pain it brought was almost negligible. With his own purple gold profound lightning and the immortal Xian body, how could Du Xiaofu's physical body feel so much pain? In his surprise, Du Xiaofu immediately immersed himself in refining the divine body. Chapter 1377. Time passed slowly. Ever since the Seven-Star Hall was destroyed, Du Xiaofu had been hiding everywhere. He also had to be wary of people from the devil religion. Even when he left the Stone City, Du Xiaofu had been through countless battles. He had encountered many life and death situations and had escaped death many times. This made Du Xiaofu even more determined. He had to become stronger. As long as there was a chance to become stronger, he would not let it go. Refining his divine body to achieve the body of a true rock was not as simple as improving his physical body to another level for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu himself had cultivated the cultivation technique of the great golden-winged rock clan by chance. Once he achieved the body of a true rock, it would be greatly beneficial for him in the future. The body of a true rock. The words true rock were enough to explain everything. Back when he was refining his body, Du Xiaofu had entered the true rock realm by chance. If he could achieve the body of a true rock now, it would undoubtedly mean that he could go further and further in the future. His potential was limitless. Thinking back to the ancient ancestors of the great golden-winged rock clan, the true rock looked down on the universe and flew up 90,000 miles. How domineering was that? At this moment, Du Xiaofu gave up on refining his divine body with the golden crow burning sky thunder. This was because no matter how one looked at it, the purple gold mystic bomb was stronger than the golden crow burning sky thunder. Back then, Du Xiaofu did not know the cultivation technique of refining his divine body. That was why he did not use the purple gold mystic bomb. If he had known earlier, Du Xiaofu would have tried it long ago. What Du Xiaofu was doing now was using the purple gold mystic bomb to refine his physical body and let it evolve. He was using the purple gold mystic bomb to nourish his physical body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in refining his divine body. At the same time, he was comprehending the supreme beast energy of the great golden-winged rock clan. As time passed, 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, until the last 100 days and even 200 days had passed, Du Xiaofu was still immersed in refining his divine body. When he first entered the secret area of the golden-winged great rocks, he only had 3 months to refine his divine body. If he didn't succeed in refining his god body in 3 months, he wouldn't have many chances left. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had been refining his god body with the purple gold Xian bomb for almost half a year, but there was still no sign of success. However, during this process, Du Xiaofu's physical body had indeed strengthened at a visible rate. Du Xiaofu's purple robe had been destroyed by the purple gold profound bombs at some point in time, and he was sitting naked with his legs crossed. Faint golden light surged and overflowed from his body. It seemed to have fused with his flesh and blood. At a closer look, one could see that there were golden talisman engravings flowing in Du Xiaofu's sparkling and translucent body. Those golden talisman engravings were related to the golden-winged great rock. They were constantly condensing, like seeds sown in the soil. They were taking root and sprouting, beginning to show life. Du Xiaofu, who was sitting calmly, was glowing all over. His sparkling and translucent body was like a miracle. Electric arcs were fluctuating all over his body, and the talisman engravings were flowing. At a closer look, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, gave off an inexplicable feeling that he was a human-shaped golden-winged great rocks. Time slowly passed just like that. Other than the sound of thunder, the void was completely silent. No one would come in to disturb them. In this space, Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had completely entered a state of emptiness. Du Xiaofu's resolute face was as calm as water. There were no fluctuations in his emotions, but for some reason, he exuded a mysterious feeling. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks. His body was tempering his divine body, and he had cast aside everything in his heart, including the reunion of his family and the blood feud between Tianwu Academy and the Seven-Star Hall. In this tranquil state of mind, Du Xiaofu comprehended divine abilities, tempered his body, and comprehended the profoundness behind them. This was a mysterious state that one could only come across by chance. Du Xiaofu knew that he would be trapped for 100 years and was unable to deal with the golden crow heaven incinerating lightning. Thus, he could only cast aside everything in helplessness and enter this state of serendipity. To cultivators, even if they cultivated in seclusion, they couldn't escape the influence of the secular world. It was very difficult for them to fully immerse themselves in cultivation. This naturally had a huge impact on their cultivation. Thus, the experts in the huge mountain sects in this world would hand over the mountain sects to outstanding juniors after reaching a certain level of cultivation. They would then try their best to cast aside everything and hide in the mountains to cultivate or wander the world to comprehend the great Tao. It was definitely not easy for ordinary people to cast aside everything in order to fully immerse themselves in their cultivation. Casting aside everything was just a few words, but it was extremely difficult to do. Only those with great perseverance and comprehension could truly achieve such a state. However, Du Xiaofu was currently in a helpless state and was able to do so. Once one was fully immersed in cultivation and entered this mysterious state of emptiness, the comprehension of cultivation would no longer be boring. Instead, it would be a form of enjoyment that came from the inside out. Without a doubt, Du Xiaofu was currently enjoying the joy that cultivation brought. Sizzle, suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes that had been closed for half a year suddenly opened. Golden light burst out and his eyes were filled with golden talisman patterns. It was as if the shadow of a golden-winged rock was about to fly out from the depths of his eyes. Why can't I succeed? I've reached the end of refining the divine body. Du Xiaofu murmured and his eyes were filled with doubt. The purple gold xian bombs were still falling around him. However, when they landed on Du Xiaofu's body, they didn't cause much of a disturbance. Du Xiaofu was in deep thought and doubt. It had been so long, but he still hadn't succeeded in refining the divine body. However, his body had already strengthened to an extreme. That feeling made Du Xiaofu feel like he was on the verge of success, but he still felt that something was missing. Thus, he couldn't break through the threshold. Deep thought, pondering, as the purple gold xian bombs continued to fall from the sky, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the lightning without blinking for more than 60 hours. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in deep thought. Looking from afar, he looked like a fool. If someone were to see this scene at this moment, they would definitely think that Du Xiaofu had been struck into a fool by the terrifying purple-gold profound lightning. Ha 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 ha. At a certain moment Du Xiaofu, who was in deep thought, finally raised his head and laughed. His resolute face was full of smiles as he said, "I see. I understand now. I finally understand. The body of a true rock. I'm a human. How can I become a true rock? Refining the divine feathers, cleansing the marrow, and also forging the physical body. Refining the divine body is a great city and achieving the body of a true rock. As for me, I'm a human. Everything returns to the origin. Refining the divine body, it's a true divine body." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's face was wild with joy. He formed a hand seal and guided the purple gold xian bombs into his body. Immediately, a rather strange crackling sound came from Du Xiaofu's body, as if his limbs, bones, muscles, internal organs, meridians, and acupoints were all resonating at the same time, reverberating sonorously. Du Xiaofu's body was glowing. Mysterious talismans were overflowing. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body, from inside to outside, began to transform again. It was as if billions of cells and pores were emitting dazzling golden light. At this moment, if there were experts of the golden-winged great rocks here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was changing just like the body of a true rock. Du Xiaofu was moving towards the completion of the body of a true rock, but there was a slight difference between it and the body of a true rock. Du Xiaofu's body glowed. The purple gold xian bombs covered his bones and tendons. Electric arcs overflowed. His entire body was sparkling and translucent, like a divine body occupying the void. Time was like quicksand between fingers. It couldn't be held and quietly passed. It had been a full 7 months since the incident in the golden-winged Great Rock's secret land. In these 7 months, Du Xiaofu and Xiaolong helped the golden-winged Great Rock's descendants under the attack of the Golden Crow Sky Burning Thunder. In the end, Du Xiaofu even risked his own life to help everyone escape. The news that he was in a desperate situation had already spread throughout the entire golden-winged Great Rocks clan. All the descendants of the golden-winged Great Rocks were shocked and grateful to Du Xiaofu. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu's help back then, the golden-winged Great Rocks clan would have suffered a huge blow that they couldn't bear. For the young men and women of the younger generation who had escaped death back then, 7 months had passed, but they still had lingering fears. They often thought of the purple-robed young man who risked his own life and ended up in a desperate situation. In these 7 months, little Xingxing was no longer ostracized by any descendants of the golden-winged Great Roc's clan. Little Xingxing also didn't go to the golden-winged Great Roc's medicinal field to steal spiritual herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. Instead, 6 months ago, little Xingxing entered the golden-winged Great Roc's earth realm to comprehend. For a full half a year, he had never come out. With the help of Jialo Kaling, Zi Xian entered the golden-winged Great Roc's heaven realm, after an unknown transaction with the golden-winged Great Rock. It had also been half a year. At dusk, the sun set in the west. The world was shrouded in golden silence. The distant mountains were covered in the sunset glow, causing half the sky to turn bright red like a belt of fire. Qi, within the golden-winged Great Roc's earth realm, a small body swept out like lightning. In just a flash it disappeared. What's the origin of this little girl? Her strength seems to have improved a lot. Outside the earth realm, in a simple courtyard, an old man with white eyebrows and a beard suddenly opened his eyes. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes before he continued to close his eyes. In a quiet courtyard in a deep valley. Great-grandmother. As the childish voice sounded, little Xingxing's figure appeared in the courtyard. Little girl, you're finally willing to come out? From the courtyard, Jialo Kaling's sexy figure walked out and looked at little Xingxing with a smile. However, Jialo Kailing's beautiful eyes were filled with golden radiance. She immediately stared at little Xingxing. After a while, the corners of her mouth curled up in shock. She couldn't help but curl her lips and say, "Little girl, your progress is really fast. How did you cultivate? How infuriating!" Chapter 1378. At this moment, Jialo Kaling could clearly feel that the invisible aura on little Xingxing's body was much stronger than it was half a year ago. Although it was still far from the beast realm, it should have reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Sovereign Realm. When she broke through the Nirvana Sovereign Realm and reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Sovereign Realm, it took her a total of 10 years. From the Nirvana Sovereign Realm to the Martial Domain Realm, it took her a total of 50 years. In the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan, her talent was enough to be ranked at the top. But now, the little girl had cultivated for 10 years in just half a year. Based on this speed, Jialo Kaling guessed that the little girl would be able to break through to the beast realm in a few years. At that time, she would be an absolute monster among all the beast clans. A beast realm cultivator at such a young age had never appeared in the entire beast clan. "I'm cultivating normally." Little Xingxing rolled her eyes at Jialo Kaling. She didn't feel that her cultivation speed was fast at all. Instead, she felt that her cultivation speed was a bit slow. Fortunately, Jialo Kaling didn't know what little Xingxing was thinking. If she knew that little Xingxing was complaining that her cultivation speed wasn't fast enough, she would have collapsed. "Little girl, how's your comprehension in the earth realm?" The old lady walked out from behind Jialo Kaling and asked little Xingxing with a kind smile. "Not bad. I've comprehended most of the things inside." Little Xingxing intimately went to the old lady's side. "Have you comprehended most of the things in the earth realm?" Jialo Kaling couldn't help but roll her eyes at little Xingxing. The collection in the earth realm was enormous. It could be considered the core of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. She had spent at least a few decades in the earth realm. Even now, she didn't dare to say that she had comprehended most of the things in the earth realm. However, Jialo Kaling knew that the little girl before her wouldn't lie. The only explanation was that the little girl was too monstrous. A monstrous father and daughter pair. Jialo Kaling sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the purple-robed youth. Unfortunately, so much time had passed, and a miracle still hadn't appeared. "It's good that you've mostly comprehended it. Then, go to the heavenly realm to comprehend it," the old lady said to little Xingxing with a smile. Great-grandmother, I won't go and comprehend it for now. I want to leave the golden-winged great rocks and come back to comprehend the divine abilities in the heaven realm. Little Xingxing raised his little face and spoke with a serious expression, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. You want to leave? Where are you going? Your godmother is still in the heavenly realm. Don't you want to wait for your father to come out? Jialo Kaling frowned and asked little Xingxing in confusion. I want to return to the beast region to temper myself. Only by tempering myself can I make breakthroughs and grow stronger faster. My father is trapped, but I know he'll be fine. We still have some grudges to avenge in the Central Plains. Now that my father is trapped, I have to do something for him. 100 years later, when my father comes out, we'll be able to slaughter our way back to the Central Plains. On little Xingxing's childish face, golden flames faintly rose in his eyes. He seemed to have matured a lot in the past half a year, giving off the feeling of a little adult. Then, little Xingxing smiled at Jialo Kaling and said, Aunt Kaling, when my mother comes out, help me tell her that I'm in the beast region and that she doesn't have to worry. All right, Auntie will tell your mother. Jialo Kaling was stunned for a moment before nodding slightly. At this moment, her father had already taken that fellow as his godson. Naturally, that fellow was her little brother, and she was naturally little Xingxing's aunt. Jialo Kaling had always been happy to have such a monstrous little niece. It's good to go out and temper yourself. You're much stronger than those little fellows in the clan. The old lady looked at little Xingxing and didn't stop him. She only instructed little Xingxing, in the beast region, as long as you don't meet the older generation, no one will be able to do anything to you. Once you meet those old fellows, just reveal your great-grandmother's identity. I believe they won't dare to touch you. However, you must be careful of the dragons. You also have to be careful of some eccentric old fellows. I'll be careful, great-grandmother. Little Xingxing nodded. She could feel that this great-grandmother really cared about her. Also, accompany great-grandmother well for 3 days. You're only allowed to leave, the old lady said to little Xingxing. Little Xingxing nodded and replied with a smile, Okay. And so, for the next 3 days, little Xingxing accompanied the old lady in the secluded valley. Although she said she was accompanying the old lady, only little Xingxing knew that the old lady had been guiding her cultivation for the past 3 days. She taught her everything. On the evening of the 3rd day, the old lady gave little Xingxing many treasures and spiritual medicines and warned her again. On the morning of the 2nd day, little Xingxing left the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Little Xingxing, come back when you have time. Be careful. Little Xingxing, we'll miss you. Jialo Kaling and the old lady personally sent little Xingxing off. There were also a few younger brothers who had been protected by little Xingxing. They also reluctantly said goodbye to little Xingxing. Little Xingxing turned around. Her bewitching and clear eyes were slightly moist. I'm leaving then. The small figure leaped into the ripples of the pale golden space vortex in midair and gradually disappeared. Rumble, in the void of the purple thunder profound cauldron, the energy of the purple gold profound lightning kept falling. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged naked. His flesh and blood were emitting a golden radiance. Accompanied by purple electric arcs, a mysterious energy was nourishing his body. In the space of the purple gold profound lightning, Du Xiaofu's body was dazzling at this moment. It was like a miracle. For no reason, it made people feel that it was like a humanoid Peng had turned into a divine being. Du Xiaofu's physical body was transforming from the inside to the outside. It was a mysterious transformation. In the end, it was as if the shadow of a golden-winged great rock appeared from within Du Xiaofu's flesh and bones. The shadow of the golden-winged great Peng was connected to Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a divine being, giving people a feeling that he was pure and flawless. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a divine being from the kingdom of heaven. He didn't belong to this world. No one could see any trace of the demon king on his body. refining the god body from the inside to the outside, from the cells, marrow, bones, flesh, meridians, acupuncture points, internal organs, all the way to the limbs and the surface of the body. Under the refining of the purple-gold profound lightning, Du Xiaofu used the body refining technique of the golden-winged Great Peng to transform his body. Everything was mysterious and abstruse. When he reached the profound realm, he had leaped to a new level. Time flew. Du Xiaofu didn't move or shake. He just focused on his transformation. His heart was calm as he immersed himself in the joy of cultivating. Just like that, until the mysterious shadow of the golden-winged Great Peng on Du Xiaofu's body merged with his flesh and blood. The purplish gold profound lightning in this space quietly disappeared, and the endless rumbling sounds of lightning and thunder gradually faded away until it completely calmed down in the end. Finally, traces of purple electric arcs overflowed from Du Xiaofu's body. The purple electric arcs were like spiritual snakes that went in and out of his mouth and nose. Then they disappeared. Sizzle, then, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with golden light. It was as if they had materialized and soared into the sky, breaking through the purple thunderclouds. Boom! A powerful and domineering aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body in an instant, causing the entire space to tremble with a loud bang. Ha! Along with a joyful laugh, Du Xiaofu jumped out from sitting cross-legged. He stood in the air with his arms open. His whole body was overflowing with golden light. He was like a real Peng in human form. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was sparkling and translucent. It emitted a faint purple-gold color. It also had a spiritual aura. It was extraordinary and domineering, refining the body, the real divine body. Success. Feeling the changes in his body at this moment, the dazzling golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes did not disappear for a long time. He had finally succeeded in refining the divine body with the purple-gold profound lightning for more than half a year. Although it was not the real Peng's body that had succeeded, Du Xiaofu knew very well that the real divine body was definitely not inferior to the real Peng's body. He was not a real golden-winged Peng bird. Naturally, he could not truly become the real Peng's body. The real divine body was his real Peng's body. Boom! Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was feeling happy, the space trembled as if it had suffered a violent impact. Finally can't hold it in anymore. Du Xiaofu withdrew his expression. His mind probed as the arc at the corner of his mouth solidified. Following which, he put on a new purple robe, shoes and socks from his Qiankuan bag before his body immediately disappeared. Rumble, in the space of the golden lightning sea, golden lightning from all directions surrounded the huge purple-gold profound lightning and swept towards it. The violent and scorching aura of destruction seemed to want to destroy the purple thunder profound cauldron. The huge three-legged golden lightning bird flapped its wings in the sky. Its ferocious eyes were filled with anger. After more than half a year, it finally could not hold it in anymore. That three-legged cauldron was a lightning treasure, and it was devouring its energy in an endless stream. Unknowingly, the golden crow burning sky lightning suddenly realized that it had lost at least 40% of its energy in the past half a year. If this continued, the golden crow heaven burning lightning felt that it wouldn't take long before it was completely devoured by the strange three-legged cauldron lightning treasure. Kid, come out. Do you think you can be safe and sound by hiding in there? Do you want to slowly exhaust me? You won't get what you want. At most, we will fight to the death. No one will be able to take advantage of us. The three-legged golden lightning bird screeched, and pulled the lightning in the golden lightning sea towards the purple thunder profound cauldron. Rumble, thunder exploded and lightning raged. At this moment, the purple thunder profound cauldron was like a lonely boat in a tsunami. It was swaying with the waves and could be overturned at any time. However, if one looked carefully, one could still see that the purple-gold profound lightning vortex was still spinning at the mouth of the purple thunder profound cauldron. It was continuously devouring the golden crow burning sky lightning. Today's update will start at night. During the day, I have to practice driving, work, and catch up on my sleep. That's why I can only stay up late at night to rush the manuscript. Today's update will continue. For the past few days, I only released one update a day. So, I have to pay back the overdue updates. Oh, Xiao Yu, I need to catch up on my sleep. Chapter 1379. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared outside the purple lightning profound cauldron. His body was wrapped in golden light energy as he stared at the golden lightning three-legged bird in front of him. Rumble, at this moment, lightning raged within the golden lightning space. The space trembled violently and the sound of thunder was ear-piercing, causing one's mind to feel dizzy. The golden lightning three-legged bird looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in its fierce eyes. At this moment, when it looked at the human, it felt an inexplicable tremble. Compared to half a year ago, the human's aura seemed to have changed. It felt completely different from before, causing it to tremble for no reason. Brat, you can't wait any longer. However, the golden lightning three-legged bird looked down at Du Xiaofu with its fierce eyes and suppressed the inexplicable trembling in its heart. It did not want to miss this opportunity. Its huge lightning body flapped its wings, bringing with it countless golden lightning bolts. The palpitating huge golden lightning bolts crazily danced and swept towards the purple lightning profound cauldron from all directions. At this moment, the purple lightning profound cauldron was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. It was on the verge of collapse under the torrential golden lightning, but it was still continuously devouring the golden crow sky burning lightning. Deng Deng Du Xiaofu's body was continuously pushed back by the wild golden crow sky burning lightning. He waved his sleeve and brought with it a large amount of purple gold profound lightning. Only then did he stabilize his body. I want to see if you can continue to resist. This scene caused shock to flash across the three-legged bird's eyes once again. However, it was unwilling to fall into the trap of being continuously devoured. Its huge lightning body moved horizontally. Numerous bright golden lightning bolts covered the sky like a heavenly thunder eruption and once again pressed towards the purple lightning profound cauldron. Devour! Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. The profound energy on his body invisibly poured into the purple lightning profound cauldron. Immediately, the purple lightning profound cauldron, which was on the verge of collapse, expanded once again. After which, it sat in the air like a boulder and no longer swayed. Countless purple gold spiritual snakes spread out from within the purple lightning profound cauldron's cave. They shuttled through the air and gathered into a deep purple gold profound lightning vortex. Rumble! Large amounts of purple gold thunderbolts spread out from around the purple gold thunderbolt vortex. Rumbling noises reverberated in the air, and the destructive power of the golden crow sky burning thunderbolts continued to be devoured by the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Bastard! The three-legged bird screeched loudly, its voice became sharp. Its fierce eyes shot out lightning, and golden lightning filled the sky. It was as if countless bombs had exploded, and the destructive power kept attacking the purple lightning profound cauldron. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the purple thunder profound cauldron. It did not reject the incoming golden crow sky burning lightning. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy was exhausted. Under the continuous outbursts of the golden crow sky burning lightning, even in its most violent and destructive state, it was unable to do anything to the purple lightning profound cauldron. Its aura involuntarily retreated once again. This change in aura could not escape the prying of Du Xiaofu's sharp essence spirit. It seems like its aura has weakened quite a bit. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back quite a bit. Although the violent attack of the golden crow sky burning lightning was blocked by the purple lightning profound cauldron, it also affected Du Xiaofu imperceptibly. However, it was this effect that allowed Du Xiaofu to clearly feel that the golden crow sky burning lightning was at least half as weak as it was half a year ago. In addition, the golden crow sky burning lightning had consumed a lot of energy to destroy the seal in the hall. Therefore, when facing the golden crow sky burning lightning, Du Xiaofu did not feel that it was as difficult to fight against it as it did at the beginning. Let's see how long you can fight against it. The three-legged thunderbird roared, and once again flapped its wings, and a wave of thunderbolts swept towards Du Xiaofu. It started to focus on Du Xiaofu's physical body, and deliberately avoided the three-legged cauldron. Motherfucker, do you really think I'm easy to deal with? A kind person would be bullied, and a soft persimmon would be pinched. Du Xiaofu was also angry. As he roared, his golden eyes were instantly filled with a purple thunderbolt. He condensed a seal, and his whole body was immediately covered with a purple thunderbolt talisman. Boom! Suddenly, the golden thunderbolt space trembled violently. Suddenly, with Du Xiaofu at the center, waves after waves of purple lightning surged in the empty space. They instantly covered the entire space, causing the vast space to violently tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the Thunder Martial Vein, and purple electric arcs spread out from the surface of his body. There was a purple rainstorm, and purple-silver snakes flashed in the void. The murderous aura spread. It did not carry any killing intent, but it showed the majesty of creation, and the righteousness of heaven and earth. In a short moment, purple thunderbolts gathered in Du Xiaofu's palm, and fiercely collided with the golden thunderbolts in front of him. The purple thunderbolts were as strong as Yang, and they could be mighty and punish all living things. In an instant, the two thunderbolts collided, and the thunderbolt energy exploded, like a bright firework, bursting into the sky. Rumble! The golden and purple thunderbolts were overflowing, and such a collision caused the space to reverberate. Deng deng! Under the violent and scorching destructive power, Du Xiaofu's body was directly pushed back. The collision of energy made Du Xiaofu's face turn a little pale, but he was able to resist it. The remaining power of the golden thunderbolt was directly absorbed by Du Xiaofu's Thunder Martial Vein, and it could strengthen the Thunder Martial Vein. At this moment, under the violent and scorching destructive aura of the golden crow sky burning thunder, Du Xiaofu felt that his physical body was not much affected at this moment. That was the benefit of the real divine body. His physical body and the immortal Xian body complemented each other, and it was once again strengthened to a new level. It's getting weaker and weaker. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and raised his head slightly. He looked at the enormous three-legged large lightning bird that was agglomerated from the golden crow sky burning lightning in the sky. It was just as he had sensed. The energy that the golden crow sky burning lightning exhausted was unable to recover within this realm. Instead, it would only become increasingly weaker. Therefore, the golden crow sky burning lightning was unable to endure any longer and launched an attack at him. Looking at the Thunder Martial Vein that covered Du Xiaofu's body, and the three-legged cauldron thunder treasure above his head, the three-legged thunderbird's fierce eyes were burning with greed, and at the same time, some fear surged out. But then, the golden thunderbird's face darkened, and its huge body did not stop, and directly dived towards Du Xiaofu. "Kid, everything you have is mine. Give up resisting, and after I devour you, I will no longer be trapped in this darkness." The three-legged golden thunderbird screeched and moved, bringing with it a domineering and destructive thunderbolt. It surged out violently from the surrounding space, whistling and sweeping out in a crushing manner. It's not like I haven't devoured spiritual thunder before. If you have any ideas about me, then I'll refine you, and your best chance has been completely lost. Du Xiaofu's mouth curved into a malicious smile. If it was half a year ago, when the golden crow sky burning thunder recklessly attacked him, Du Xiaofu would be absolutely fearful and afraid. But at this moment, the golden crow sky burning thunder had unknowingly fallen in front of the purple thunder profound cauldron, and half of its energy had been devoured. And Du Xiaofu was even more tyrannical than before. Under this situation, the situation had quietly changed. Go! Du Xiaofu shouted, and the thunder martial vein in his body was activated. The purple thunder profound cauldron rotated, and a large amount of purple-gold thunderbolts swept out, covering the sky and the earth. It boiled in this space, and a domineering and destructive energy filled the air, violent and destructive. Rumble, as a result, the three thunderbolt forces collided, and the thunder and lightning space resounded endlessly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not at a disadvantage, but he also did not have the upper hand. But in the stalemate, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the purple thunder profound cauldron above his head continued to devour the golden crow sky burning thunder. The thunder martial vein in his body devoured the energy of the golden crow sky burning thunder, and Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the thunder martial vein was being nourished and slowly strengthened, as if it was tempering his body. Outside the dark forest, there were millions of majestic mountains. In the middle, demonic beasts roamed freely, and ferocious beasts emerged endlessly. Behind the millions of mountains, there was a long river of 8,000 miles, which was a paradise for demonic beasts in the water. The vast and boundless water surface stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end in sight. In the early morning, around the long river of 8,000 miles, there were mountains surrounding it, and the morning glow rose, like countless giant dragons spitting out golden waterfalls. The sunlight gradually shone, and the scales on the surface of the water flickered. Roar! In the long river of the central province, many ferocious beasts shuttled back and forth. Their huge bodies occasionally leaped out of the water, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Awoo! In the millions of mountains, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. In the vast mountain range, huge beast shadows were continuous. It was a huge beast tide. Rumble, in the early morning, on the long river of the central province, there were countless huge ships arranged in a formation, stopping in the middle of the sea of demonic beasts in the water. On the ships, there were densely packed figures standing upright. On all the huge ships there was the same symbol. It was the shadow of a golden-winged rock with lightning runes. It was the emblem of the barren country and the world society. This was the army of the barren country and the world society. At this moment, there were densely packed figures floating in mid-air above the long river of the central province, forming a sea of people. All of them were wearing shining armors, and their weapons were flashing with runes. Their auras were sharp and murderous. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the entire long river, and the space faintly trembled. In front of the army, there were hundreds of auras that were vigorous and sharp. Their eyes shone brightly, as if they had materialized. The figures at the front were the mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Ice Python King, Flame Carp King, Absolute Sword King, Golden Condor King, Hua Fankong, Chao Yu, Han Xian, and other World Society experts. Over the years, their cultivation and strength had improved by leaps and bounds with the cultivation resources of the World Society and the barren country. One must know that these experts had their talents enhanced by the divine thunder body tempering in the purple thunder profound cauldron. Such treatment could only be enjoyed by the elite. At the front of the army were the Medicine King Yi Wuming, Murong Yuruo Yi Zijin, Li Shui, Eagle King, Gong Dao, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and other World Society higher-up. Chapter 1380. Everyone waited quietly. Mist rose from the vast water surface in front of them, blurring their vision. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking resounded, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a young man in his late 20s or early 30s. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Looking at the huge lineup of the World Society, the young man's eyes flashed with some shock, followed by some disdain. The young man's eyes swept over Murong Yuruo Yi Zijin, Li Shui, and the others' beautiful faces and tempting figures. Finally, with a faint sneer, he said in a cold voice, Under the orders of the leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance, the World Society and the Desolate Country are to retreat within 10 days. Otherwise, the Purifying Evil Alliance's army will flatten the Desolate Country and the World Society. His voice was arrogant, echoing in the Central Province's long river in the early morning. The young man was obviously doing it on purpose. His voice was mixed with celestial chi, stirring up monstrous waves on the Central Province's long river, proving that his cultivation and strength were extraordinary. Go back and tell Dongli Chihuang that we will deal with the evil spirits in the dark forest ourselves. Our World Society and the Desolate Country will not let off anyone who dares to cross the 8,000 miles of the Central Province's long river. Murong Yuro walked out and looked at the extraordinary young man. He had an antique aura and was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Under his long eyelashes, his eyes were filled with spiritual light, but at this moment there was a sharp chill in them. They absolutely could not allow the Purifying Evil Alliance's army to cross the Central Province's long river. This was the bottom line of the Desolate Country and the World Society. More and more signs made Murong Yuro and the others feel that once the Purifying Evil Alliance's army crossed the Central Province's long river, it would bring an irreversible crisis to the World Society and the Desolate Country. The young man looked at Murong Yuro with a sharp gaze and sneered. He said in a deep voice, "Do you think your little Desolate Country and so-called World Society can withstand the Purifying Evil Alliance's army? Ridiculous! Even if the World Society can't stop them, your so-called Purifying Evil Alliance will have to pay the price in blood. If you don't believe me, you can try it." A tall old man in a gray robe stepped out. His eyes shone brightly as an extremely powerful aura spread out. The old man was the Medicine King Yi Wuming. At this moment, his cultivation level had already stepped into the 8-star level. Strictly speaking, he was already the Medicine Master Yi Wuming. You overestimate yourselves. Do you think you can resist the Purifying Evil Alliance? What a joke. You're just a motley crew that can't even withstand a single blow. 10 days later, I'll be waiting to flatten the Desolate Country. The young man looked at Master Apothecary Yi Wuming. His arrogant gaze swept across the World Society's army in front of him. Gradually, a chilling intent gushed out. Mingyuyen, your brother Mingyuyen was the one who couldn't even withstand a single blow, right? He was killed by our World Society's president in one move. You dare to offend our World Society? You'll follow in your brother's footsteps. Li Shui spoke. Her alluring figure stepped out. Her beautiful eyes rippled with a deep emotion. After all these years of controlling the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall, Li Shui's temperament was no longer the same as when she had just walked out of Tianwu Academy. Amidst her charm, there was an absolute sense of danger. There was an invisible aura around her that no one dared to underestimate. As the Hall Master of the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall, Li Shui naturally knew of the extraordinary young man's background. Among the younger generation of the Great Wheel Sect, other than Dongli Chihuang, he was one of the top existences. Back in the sealed ancient grounds, his brother Mingyuyen led a group of people to besiege Yi Piaoling. In the end, he was killed by Du Xiaofu in one move. Bitch, you're courting death. Mingyuyen was enraged. This time, he couldn't wait to flatten the Desolate Country and avenge his brother. Unfortunately, the president's decision was set for 10 days later. Hence, he had no choice but to endure. Boom. Now, at the mention of his brother's death, Mingyuyen was instantly enraged. As he shouted coldly, a bright light exploded from his body. His figure pounced forward like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by a palm print, he pounced directly towards Li Shui. Small, complete, martial, honorable, who do you think you are? A clear voice rang out. Behind Li Shui, a graceful figure appeared slowly but was actually as fast as lightning. In an instant, she appeared in front of Li Shui. The beautiful figure was alluring, charming, and noble. It was Yi Zijin. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with a few waves of mist. Her face was enough to cause the downfall of a country like a fairy. Her jet-black bright eyes surged with a chill. Her delicate hand trembled. Profound chi surged. A rune swept out. The light was resplendent, and directly a fingerprint swept out. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to have been frozen. Ming Yuyan, who was pouncing towards Li Shui, was shocked. However, it was too late. Yi Zijin's fingerprint pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning and destroyed Ming Yuyan's palm print. Then, Ming Yuyan seemed to have no power to fight back. The fingerprint flew into his palm and pierced a bloody hole. Blood spurted out. Ah! Ming Yuyan screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back. Yi Ziwen stood in the air. Dazzling runes flickered on her graceful body like a bright moon in the sky. She was so beautiful and powerful that she seemed to be able to solidify the void. "You're only a transcendent martial honorable. How dare you?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the sky like thunder. A dazzling light exploded in the sky like a holy light. Bright talisman symbols filled the sky like a holy ring. The light was as bright as the sun and turned into a dazzling vortex of talisman symbols. It enveloped Yi Zijin from the sky, and the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Anyone who saw it would tremble with fear. Rumble! When the terrifying power descended, it exploded the space and caused the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river to rumble. Huge waves surged in all directions and countless demonic beasts in the water groaned in fear. When the vortex of talisman symbols descended, Yi Zijin raised her eyes and narrowed her dark eyes. The vast power was above hers. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, another resplendent purple light shot over from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. It was an enormous purple lightning bolt in the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Purple electric arcs filled the sky and caused the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river to tremble violently. The purple electric arcs spread across the sky like purple-silver snakes flashing in the void. The aura was vast and mighty, punishing all living things. Under such pressure, countless people in the surroundings were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. They could feel the terrifying aura of the purple thunderbolt. The aura was terrifying. In a short moment, the purple lightning beams swept across the sky with an overbearing force and collided violently with the resplendent vortex of talisman symbols. Rumble, the terrifying energy collided. In a short stalemate, the surrounding space exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying energy surged and swept across. Purple electric arcs overflowed and bright talisman symbols spread. In the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river, it was as if countless bombs had exploded. Roar! Countless demonic beasts in the water screamed and roared. The giant ship was shaken by the huge waves. This scene shocked everyone. Countless eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying energy dissipated and a fierce figure appeared in the air. His eyes were filled with purple electric arcs. The newcomer was a well-built young man. His robe was fluttering in the wind, with black robes that reached his shoulders. His bronze skin had a faint purple glow of lightning flowing through it. He was the vice president of World Society, Du Yunlong. Dongli Chi Huang, if you want to fight, I'll take it. Du Yunlong raised his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. Lightning flashed in his eyes. His expression was cold and his voice spread out. 10 days later, if the desolate country and the World Society do not retreat, we will kill without mercy. A cold voice seemed to come from the other side of the 8,000 miles of Central Region's long river. 10 days later, I'll be waiting. Du Yunlong raised his head and stood with his hands behind his back. He then looked at Ming Yuyan, whose face was pale and whose palms were covered in blood, and said, "You can get lost now. This debt is not over yet." Ming Yuyan glared at Yi Zijin with a gloomy and resentful gaze. With unwillingness, he could only leave in a panic. Brother Yunlong, are you okay? Yi Zijin's black eyes were filled with coldness. She walked forward and looked at Du Yunlong, who suddenly appeared. Her eyes were filled with surprise. I'm fine. But that Dongli Chihuang is unfathomable. Du Yunlong smiled bitterly. The purple electric arcs on his body disappeared. Then, his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Your strength seems to have improved a lot. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming crossed the space and looked at Du Yunlong. Suddenly, there was a faint golden light in his eyes. His face was filled with shock as he said, Peak of the Exceptional Realm? Greetings, Master Apothecary. Du Yunlong bowed and looked at Master Apothecary Yi Wuming. He said regretfully, It's a pity that after cultivating in seclusion for so long, I still can't break through to the chaotic primordial realm. You little brat. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming was speechless. He could only smile bitterly. All these years, he had watched Du Yunlong grow step by step. From the time when they were in the dark forest until now, Du Yunlong had reached the peak of the exceptional martial honorable realm in a short period of time. The peak younger generation of the One Valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 groups were only at his level. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming knew very well how scarce the cultivation resources of the Du family were. If Du Yunlong had been like the younger generation of the 9 great forces and received such resources from a young age, he would have already surpassed Zhu Shui, and Ling Jun, and the others. The back waves of the Yangtze River drive the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming sighed helplessly. Other than Du Xiaofu, he knew very well that the Du family had many other abnormal younger generations. In comparison, he could only blush with shame. Vice President, where's Sister Xiaoman? Li Shui stepped forward and asked. Elder sister is still in seclusion. She should be coming out soon. Du Yunlong replied. He looked at the World Society and the Huang Nation army behind him with a serious look in his eyes. Dongli Chihuang will not take this lying down. According to the information given to us by the Ancient Heaven sect, Dongli Chihuang's target is the World Society and the Huang Nation. If not for the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect delaying him, I'm afraid Dongli Chihuang would have taken action long ago. Murong Yurua stepped forward and said softly, We have to make preparations. Inform the Heavenly General Guards to return. Also, ask the Tianwu Academy for help. Also, I hope we can get in touch with Brother Qinchun. Du Yunlong looked up. Faint lightning flickered in his eyes, and his expression gradually turned sharp. Chapter 1381. Moments later, dozens of figures sat in a temporary tent by the river in Central Province. Sitting at the top were Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Murong Yurua, Eagle King Gong Dao, Li Shui, Yi Zijin, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and others. Solitary Sword King, Black WRM King, Golden Condor King, Han Xian, Guokuan, Meng Laikai, He Jun, Chao Yu, and others were among them. Over the years, Solitary Sword King, Black WRM King, and Golden Condor King had already become emperors in terms of cultivation level. Inside the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron, they had also been tempered by the Purple Gold Profound Lightning, and their talents had increased significantly. With the support of the Desolate Nation and World Society's cultivation resources, their current cultivation level was already close to the Honorable Realm. However, at this moment, the faces of all the World Society's upper echelons in the tent were solemn. Everyone present was well aware of the situation that the World Society was facing. In these years, the World Society's strength had increased greatly, and it was no longer the same as before. However, compared to the behemoths of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 schools, the World Society was naturally far inferior. Moreover, the World Society was facing the Evil Purifying Alliance, which included all the first-rate factions in Central Province. Everyone knew that they were at a disadvantage. If they really went to war, the world society would definitely not be a match for them. Murong Yuruo and others had long sensed that Dongli Chihuang wanted to use the evil purifying alliance's name to deal with the desolate nation. From the news from various sources, they knew that if not for the Ancient Heaven sect and Black Talisman sect's obstruction, the experts of the other major factions would not be fools and would not be used so easily. Otherwise, the evil purifying alliance's army would have stepped into the world society's territory several months ago. Sister Phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and the rest have any news back? Yes. In the tent, Du Yunlong pondered for a moment before looking at Yi Wuming, Murong Yuruo, and the rest. Sister Phantom, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie stopped the evil spirits a few months ago. They found out that the evil spirits are getting more and more strange. Their numbers are increasing. Phantom, Beast Sha, and Hun Xie have stopped the evil spirits in their way a few million mountains. Li Shui said. Du Yunlong frowned. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "If all of this was done in secret by Dongli Chihuang, it can be considered deliberate planning." Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling resounded outside the tent, and a bloody and baleful aura spread out, causing one's soul to tremble. The crimson light receded, and a beautiful figure appeared in the tent. Her figure was beautiful, and her face was as elegant as a lotus flower. However, there was a hint of seductiveness in her. It was Phantom. However, at this moment, the Phantom's expression was flustered. Her bright red silk dress was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. Her beautiful black hair was disheveled, and her aura was extremely weak. "Sister Phantom, what's wrong?" Within the tent, Murong Yuruo, Yi Zijin, Li Shui, and the others immediately stood up. Their expressions changed as they rushed to Phantom's side. An expert took action. Shou Sha and Hun Xie were captured, and I barely escaped. Biting her red lips, Phantom's eyes surged with blood-red killing intent. The coldness made everyone in the tent feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their hair stood on end. "Is there such an expert among the evil spirits?" Yi Zijin frowned. Phantom, Hun Xie, and Shou Sha's cultivation had all reached the Great Circle revered realm. Recently they had devoured many other evil spirits, and they should have made some progress. Moreover, the three of them had strong evil spirit bodies, and Phantom's body was even more powerful. Yi Zijin knew that even if she took action, she would not be able to gain much of an advantage in front of Phantom and the other two. To be able to make Phantom escape in such a sorry state and capture the evil spirit beast, the person's cultivation was definitely not ordinary. It's not an evil spirit but a human. His strength is very strong, and he is at least at the peak of Nirvana realm. Phantom said in a deep voice, "We received news from some powerful evil spirits that those evil spirits seem to be controlled by someone. After that, the expert appeared and seemed to be after the three of us. He only wanted to capture us alive, and did not kill us. That was why I had the chance to escape." In the vast waters there was a lone island. The area was not big, and the surrounding waves hit the reefs, and water droplets splashed in all directions. A golden-haired young man in a red robe stood on the lone island, and his body seemed to be enveloped in light. His eyes were bright, and he was the saint of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Chihuang. Du Yunlong, interesting, the eastern mythical crimson phoenix gazed at the sky. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she said, "Du clan, there are so many extraordinary people in the World Assembly. Could it be that the Du clan has some kind of treasure? There must be something fishy going on." A figure quietly landed beside Dongli Chihuang. It was an old man. His hair was in a bun, and he wore plain clothes. The invisible aura on him was extremely strong. If Du Xiaofu were here, he would definitely recognize him. This old man was the Taoist of Changdao from the Great Wheel sect, and he had always been enemies with his master, Gu Qingyang. "Is it done?" As the Taoist of Changdao landed, Dongli Chihuang was still looking at the sky indifferently. "We captured two. The one that escaped was a demon spirit, and he has some talent in escaping. The Taoist of Chongdao nodded. A palm-sized cloth bag that looked like a universal pouch appeared in his palm. It was densely covered with mysterious talisman patterns and released an ancient aura. It's enough to capture two. Heaven helps the good. The Huijian sect, the Infinite sect, the Xiandu Gate, and the Xianming sect have no reason to stand by. The Ancient Divine sect and the Xuanfu school can't make any big waves. We've wasted too much time, and we can't waste any more time. Dongli Qihuang murmured, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said softly, I don't know what kind of treasure the Du family has. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains this time. Rumble, in the dark space, in the space of golden thunder and lightning, the golden crow sky-burning thunder was raging, and the thunder kept exploding. In the space, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was covered, and a kind of pressure of punishing the world swept out. The supreme power of thunder and lightning was not to be challenged, and it kept swallowing the golden crow sky-burning thunder into its body. Above Du Xiaofu's head, the purple thunder profound cauldron was spinning, and it kept swallowing the golden crow sky-burning thunder. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was using all his strength to activate the purple thunder profound cauldron and the thunder martial vein in his body. The energy of the golden crow sky-burning thunder was rapidly dissipating, and it was unable to be replenished. The aura of the golden crow sky-burning thunder was getting weaker and weaker, and its energy was being swallowed to a terrifying extent. This caused the three-legged thunderbird's fierce eyes to be filled with fear and dread. Unknowingly, the golden crow sky-burning thunder realized that it originally wanted to devour the human and seize his treasures and benefits. But now, it had fallen into a situation where it was difficult to escape. It was unable to stop the human's strange martial vein and the three-legged thunder treasure from devouring it. Not good. Finally, the golden crow sky-burning thunder seemed to have completely felt fear, and the huge three-legged thunderbird's body began to crack. Rumble, streaks of golden lightning surged, and under the golden crow sky-burning thunder's uncontrollable power, they continuously surged towards Du Xiaofu and the purple thunder profound cauldron, and were swallowed by both of them. As the body of the three-legged thunderbird cracked, its size became smaller and smaller. The golden crow sky-burning thunder was using all its strength to block, erupting with terrifying energy. It wanted to forcefully destroy the space, but it was unable to stop the strange human and the three-legged cauldron from devouring it. As more and more of its energy was being devoured, the golden crow sky-burning thunder also felt that under the dual suppression of the strange purple-gold lightning and the strange human's martial vein, it was becoming more and more suppressed. Human, I promise you, from now on we will mind our own business. If we continue fighting, no one will benefit. The three-legged thunderbird screeched and began to compromise. If this continued, it would be completely devoured sooner or later. That human youth was too strange, it could only think of another way. It's too late now. Du Xiaofu sneered. The golden crow sky-burning thunder was becoming weaker and weaker, and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He would not believe the words of the golden crow sky-burning thunder. Du Xiaofu knew that the golden crow sky-burning thunder was not ordinary. Otherwise, it would not have allowed almost all the younger generation of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan to die under the guard of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Almost all of them were killed. Brat, if you continue fighting, you won't benefit either. Both sides will be injured. If you're smart, you should mind your own business. The three-legged thunder bird roared angrily, and its expression instantly changed. It did not expect that the humans still did not want to stop. Both sides will be injured. You're dreaming. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance again. If I devour you, my primordial spirit should change again. Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Although he knew that fusing with a bolt of spirit lightning was an extremely dangerous thing, he had experienced two previous experiences. However, with the previous two experiences, every time he fused with a bolt of spiritual lightning, his origin soul would become stronger and stronger. Even though Du Xiaofu had the upper hand, he couldn't help but think of a plan. Since the Golden Crow Sky-Burning Thunder wanted to devour him, he might as well devour the Golden Crow Sky-Burning Thunder himself. TSK, puny human, you actually want to devour me. Even the martial domain realm is not enough. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the three-legged thunder bird, which was constantly cracking and shrinking, completely cracked and turned into a bright golden lightning bolt that engulfed Du Xiaofu from all directions. Qi La. At the same time, an exceptionally bright golden lightning bolt shot out and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead at an incomparably terrifying speed. This exceptionally bright golden lightning bolt exploded with the most domineering and destructive aura. It was actually able to resist the devouring of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and was about to rush into Du Xiaofu's forehead. At the same time, Du Xiaofu did not panic at all. The thunder martial vein in his body and the purple thunder profound cauldron above his head were still devouring the Golden Crow Sky-Burning Thunder. Swoosh! At this moment, a silver-yellow lightning arc filled the air between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. It was as if it had materialized and had an ancient aura, but it also contained a violent and destructive aura. Boom! The silver-yellow arcs of lightning were like bolts of lightning that instantly transformed into a silver-yellow cage of lightning, trapping the dazzling golden lightning that was swiftly flashing towards the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, an ancient and boundless aura suddenly descended. Your primordial spirit has merged with the spiritual Thunder Soul Seed, and it seems that there is more than one kind of spiritual Thunder Soul Seed. Within the silver-yellow lightning cage, the dazzling golden lightning instantly transformed into a three-legged lightning bird that was 3 meters long. Its entire body was covered in sparkling and translucent lightning that was dazzling like divine gold, and its eyes were filled with absolute astonishment. It is already past 6 a.m., and Xiao Yu is still writing. Today is the first day of the month, and he is starting to step on your tails. No. I'm wrong. He is starting to ask for flowers and rewards. Of course, Xiao Yu will still return the chapters that he hasn't paid off even though it's already this month. As for the previous 4 days, I wasn't in a good state and didn't update much. Xiao Yu sincerely apologizes to everyone. Chapter 1382. Within the silver-yellow lightning cage, the Golden Crow Sky-Burning Lightning felt the aura of at least 2 types of spiritual lightning soul seeds, as well as an absolutely terrifying pressure. Have you finally revealed your soul seeds? Then you don't have to run anymore. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile seemed to carry a sense of anticipation and anticipation. As Du Xiaofu's faint voice rang out, the surrounding silver-yellow lightning cage trembled, releasing a violent and destructive pressure. Then, it turned into a giant silver-yellow lightning tree. Boom! As the giant silver-yellow lightning tree appeared, another supreme pressure spread out from the strange silver-yellow lightning tree. It was a mixed pressure, formed from the 2 spiritual lightning soul seeds in Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit, the silver net soul-devouring lightning and the earth-shattering sky thunder, as well as the spiritual root. As the giant silver-yellow lightning tree appeared, mysterious runes covered the entire tree. The ancient and domineering aura could not be provoked, containing violent destruction. This is impossible. How can you merge 2 spiritual lightning soul seeds? At this moment, the Golden Crow Sky-Burning Lightning Soul Seed could no longer calm down. Its gaze trembled as it stared at the giant lightning tree in front of it. The terrifying energy contained within the giant silver-yellow lightning tree made its heart tremble. Everything happened extremely quickly. An ancient pressure spread out from within the giant silver-yellow lightning tree. It was as though one was facing a king that could not be resisted. The giant silver-yellow lightning tree erupted with mysterious runes, instantly covering the front of the 3-legged Thunderbird. Boom! A majestic and desolate aura spread out, as if a supreme being had ascended to the heavens. At this moment, the golden crow sky burning lightning wanted to block it, only to find that it was suppressed by several kinds of forces. It was unable to replenish its energy, and could no longer hold on. Crackle, at the same time, the silver-yellow lightning tree filled the air like tree roots, breaking through the defense of the golden crow sky burning lightning and covering the crystal-clear three-legged thunderbird. As if taking root and sprouting, it absorbed the energy in the three-legged thunderbird's body, absorbing its nutrients. The three-legged thunderbird, which contained a tyrannical and blazing destructive energy, started to distort. Its sparkling and translucent body started to wither and shrivel. "This is impossible, no one can fuse with me, this is impossible." The three-legged thunderbird screeched as despair gradually filled its eyes. At this moment, the soul seed of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning was the clearest that the silver-yellow giant lightning tree was actually devouring its soul seed's power. It was already powerless and unable to resist Wanzhou, one of the world's Kyushu. The vastness of Wanzhou was not inferior to any other continent. Of course, Wanzhou was also full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Experts were as common as clouds, and there were many huge forces. Compared to the Central State's one valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 great forces, those huge forces were absolutely not inferior. They were completely able to contend with them. The night was quiet, the moonlight was hazy, and the stars were blurry. High up in the sky, the bright moon and the stars intertwined, illuminating each other. The majestic mountain peak was shrouded in darkness. 18 figures knelt on one knee. The 18 youths all looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, and every one of them was extraordinary. "Heavens above, earth below, I am Yi Piaoling. Second brother Qian Gyu. Third brother Yan Yi. Fourth brother Mo Sha. Fifth brother Ing Yen. Sixth brother Yin Tianjue. Seventh brother Gu Wuing. Third brother Silver Fox. Ninth brother Shi Tu. 10th brother Yang Yiji. 11th brother Jiang Yinfeng. 12 pools returning to seclusion. 13 Qian tombs. 14th brother Mo Qianshuan. 15th brother Yuan Hanli. 16th brother Fei Yu. 17th brother Wen Yichen. 18th brother Mu Ruobai. Today we are sworn brothers of the opposite sex. From now on we will face difficulties together, share blessings together, and advance and retreat together. If we violate this oath, lightning will strike us, and we will fall into the 18 levels of hell, beyond redemption." 18 voices spread out, echoing in the night sky. The 18 youths kowtowed to the moon. After 3 simultaneous sounds, the 18 youths stood up, and 18 invisible sharp auras spread out, solidifying this part of the world. The 18 youths looked at each other, their eyes flashing with smiles. 18 heavenly guards, from now on, we 18 brothers will share blessings and hardships together. Among the 18 youths, a tall and slender black-robed youth looked at everyone. Under his bangs, his eyes were sharp, and there was a smile on his face. He was Yi Piaoling, the head of the Heavenly Guards of the World Association. In the Central Plains, he had already made a name for himself with his outstanding talent and decisive character. Back then, he was very famous in the Central Plains. Among the 18 youths, a silk-clothed youth walked out. His eyes were bright, and his slender figure left mottled shadows under the moonlight. His hair was black, and his back was straight, as if there was a huge amount of tenacious energy in his body. The silk-clothed youth looked at Yi Piaoling and said, "Big brother, tomorrow Yi Piaoling looked at the silk-clothed youth and interrupted him. He smiled faintly and said, 18, we are brothers. Tomorrow's matter, I will be there, and everyone else will be there. Yes, 18, with us and Big Brother here tomorrow, there won't be a problem." A tall and handsome young man in a blue and white robe walked out. His aura was overbearing, like that of a ferocious beast. He gently patted the shoulder of the young man in silk clothes and smiled. Then, he looked at Yi Piaoling and curled his lips slightly. He said, "Boss, do you want me to fight tomorrow? I also want to fight that woman. My hands are itching. What do you think?" Yi Piaoling rolled his eyes at Qinguyu before looking at the moon in the sky. He smiled and murmured, "100 charm, 1,000 beauty, Flower Zimo seems to be as famous as the president back then." Early in the morning, a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, carefully soaking the blue sky. Then, a beautiful morning glow filled the sky with a thin veil of mist. Strands of golden light shrouded the titanic crescent city, and the vast city began to be filled with vitality. Countless figures rushed out from all over the city, heading towards the same place. Few people in Wanzhou didn't know that titanic crescent city belonged to the 100 Flowers Gate. As for the 100 Flowers Gate, everyone knew that it was one of the top powers in Wanzhou. It was the holy land of cultivation for the younger generation. The 100 Flowers Gate was located in the east of the Wanzhou province. The headquarters of the 100 Flowers Gate was located within the Grand 100 Flowers mountain range. The vast mountain range was densely covered with exotic flowers and plants. Thousands of flowers bloomed throughout the year, and the fragrance of the flowers spread far and wide. It could be considered a unique existence in the Wanzhou province. Such a strange place was very pleasing to the eye, but no one dared to infect it because it was right next to the 100 Flowers Gate. It was that simple. Titanic Crescent City wasn't far from the 100 Flowers Gate's headquarters. Because of this, it was very prosperous and had a large area. Today, the Titanic Crescent City seemed to be particularly lively. Just as the sky began to brighten, many people rushed out from all over the city and gathered in the vast square. The towering buildings around the gigantic Crescent City Square were packed with people. Around the square, there were already tall and straight figures in armor standing tall and straight. Their auras were sharp and fierce. From the flower-shaped insignia on their armor, they all came from a power that could shake the entire Wanzhou, the 100 Flowers Gate. Everyone in Wanzhou knew about the 100 Flowers Gate. It had as many experts as the clouds. It was rumored that the 100 Flowers Gate had existed for a long time. Over the years, the entire Wanzhou had experienced countless storms. Many large sects had fallen in the storm, but the 100 Flowers Gate had always stood tall in Wanzhou. Generation after generation of young disciples from the 100 Flowers Gate were able to make a name for themselves in the outside world. Every generation of young disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate had someone who could stand out among their peers in Wanzhou. This made the 100 Flowers Gate's position more and more stable. Today, Hua Zimo will personally take action. I'm really looking forward to it. The square was densely packed with people. Looking from afar, it seemed like there was no end in sight. Some people were whispering with excitement in their eyes. Today, the 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo would take action. It could be said that at least 90% of the people in the crowd were here for Hua Zimo. Perhaps some people came to see the legendary beauty of Hua Zimo, or perhaps some people came purely for Hua Zimo's strength. But there was no doubt that Hua Zimo was the most important protagonist today. Her halo far surpassed the other protagonists today. Chapter 1383. As for the other main character, he was a nobody in Wanzhou. Yi Piaoling was an unfamiliar name in Wanzhou. However, this unknown youth in Wanzhou was going to fight against the 100 Flowers Gate's charming 1,000 Flowers Hua Zimo. This caused the majority of the people to feel disdain in their hearts. The reason was simple. The 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo was the leading figure of Wanzhou's younger generation. It was said that back in the Tianhuang continent, Hua Zimo was as famous as the pure-blooded descendants of the dragons and phoenixes. In the past few years, there had been quite a number of people from the younger generation of the entire Wanzhou who had challenged Hua Zimo, including the top disciples of the younger generation of the various top forces. However, the final victor had always been Hua Zimo. Where did Yi Piaoling come from? How dare he fight Hua Zimo? he's probably courting death. It's said that Yi Piaoling fought Hua Zimo because of Mu Ruabai. Mu Ruabai? That guy is a terrifying master. I don't know where he came from, but he killed so many people from the 100 Flowers Gate alone. Even an elder from the 100 Flowers Gate died at his hands. Everyone in the Titanic Crescent City was well aware of the cause and effect of today's events. Everyone in the Titanic Crescent City was well aware of what had happened today. Although Yi Piaoling was a stranger in Wanzhou, the other main character of this matter, Mu Ruabai, was also infamous in Wanzhou. Wanzhou was vast and rich in resources, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although most of the top younger generation came from those large factions, there were still dark horses that would occasionally appear. Mu Ruabai was the absolute dark horse of Wanzhou's younger generation. Back in a competition among the younger generation, Mu Ruabai had entered the top 10 as a dark horse, shocking the entire Wanzhou for a time. However, not long after, news spread that Mu Ruabai had taken away an inner sect female disciple from the 100 Flowers Gate. The two eloped and were immediately hunted down by the 100 Flowers Gate. One had to know that the inner sect female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were all extraordinarily beautiful, and their appearances were also outstanding. However, the inner sect female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect were forbidden from marrying outsiders. They could only marry other inner sect disciples. That was the rule before they joined the sect. Under the pursuit of the entire 100 Flowers Gate, Mu Ruabai could only hide with the female disciple. However, in the end, she was unable to escape the pursuit of the 100 Flowers Gate. In the final battle, Mu Ruabai was no match for the 100 Flowers Gate, and the female inner sect disciple had already been captured. In the end, Mu Ruabai escaped with heavy injuries. That battle had caused the 100 Flowers Gate great losses. One of their elders had been killed by Mu Ruabai out of anger. Mu Ruabai's actions had undoubtedly provoked the 100 Flowers Gate. Since Mu Ruabai was of the younger generation, Hua Zimo walked out of the 100 Flowers Gate. 3 months later, she found Mu Ruabai in a Wanzhou ominous ground. But at this time, 17 youths appeared beside Mu Ruabai. The leader was the youth called Yi Piaoling. In the end, no one knew what happened. For some reason, Hua Zimo did not fight with Mu Ruabai and the others. Instead, they agreed to meet 7 days later in Titanic Crescent City. Yi Piaoling and Hua Zimo would fight to settle the matter between Mu Ruabai and the 100 Flowers Gate. Today was the date of the battle. Hua Zimo was going to fight, causing the entire Titanic Crescent City to boil over. Many people nearby heard the news and immediately rushed into Titanic Crescent City. Some people wanted to catch a glimpse of Hua Zimo's beautiful face, while others wanted to know the current strength of the leading figure of Wanzhou's younger generation, Hua Zimo, to what extent she had reached. The densely packed crowd completely congested the streets around the plaza. The sound of discussion was very noisy, causing people to feel their ears ringing. There are so many people. Do you think Yi Piaoling and the others have already run away? They don't dare to appear today. Where can they run to in Wanzhou? They can't escape the 100 Flowers Gate's pursuit. But then again, that Mu Ruabai's guts are really big. She even dared to take away an inner court female disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate. How many men in Wanzhou can only secretly dream about it? I'm so envious. The one with the guts should be Yi Piaoling. She actually dared to fight with Hua Zimo. It's said that if Yi Piaoling loses today, she and Mu Ruabai will cripple their own cultivation. Mu Ruabai and Yi Piaoling will be miserable. It's said that Hua Zimo has already reached the peak of the transcendent martial saint realm and has been in seclusion for the 100 Flowers Gate. She only came out recently because of Mu Ruabai. If during this period of time, Hua Zimo has already broken through to the primordial martial saint realm, then Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruabai will be even more miserable, right? The primordial martial saint realm is a powerful existence. How many experts of the older generation have not set foot in it? No matter how strong Hua Zimo's talent is, it won't be easy for her to break through. The densely packed crowd was clamoring, and the sun was high in the sky. Walala, in the sky, the fragrance of flowers suddenly filled the air, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. From high up in the sky, petals poured down onto the vast square. Boom! Just as everyone raised their eyes in surprise, the sky suddenly trembled, and a dazzling and resplendent rune light swept down. The resplendent light caused the countless gazes around the square to be unable to open their eyes. In the next instant, when the resplendent light disappeared, many people opened their eyes slightly and narrowed their eyes. At this moment, they saw over 100 figures appear in the square. "It's the people from the 100 Flowers Gate." In an instant, someone exclaimed as they looked at the hundreds of figures that had appeared in the square. An uproar of surprise immediately spread out. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them had extraordinary temperaments. The middle-aged men and women, as well as the old man, each of their bodies emitted a vigorous pressure, causing people to feel an extremely dangerous feeling when they looked at them. Many young men and women were tall and straight. Their faces were cold as they stood upright. The aura that faintly emanated from their bodies was also very astonishing and extraordinary. At this moment, the most eye-catching person was none other than the graceful figure in front of the crowd. She wore a lotus-colored gauze shirt, and her long light red curly hair draped over her back. She was gently tied up with a silver ribbon. Faint runes fluctuated around her, as if there was a light mist surrounding her. The woman landed on the square, and only slightly raised her eyes to look at the sky. Her face was beautiful, her skin was sparkling like snow, and her eyes were filled with charm. "Hua Zimo, that's Miss Hua Zimo." Seeing the woman, the surrounding square immediately resounded with cries of surprise. Many people's eyes were blazing and dazed, as if their souls had been sucked out. Charming and beautiful Hua Zimo. She had once made a name for herself on the Tianhuang continent in a short period of time, becoming one of the 12 heroes. These 12 heroes included the 9th Prince of the Dragons, Dragon 9, Huang Linger of the Phoenix Clan, Mu Jianshan of the Shang continent, Qin Gu of the Thunder continent, Hua Zimo of the Wanzhou continent, Feng Wuxie of the Yu continent, Yu Jing Tongxian of the Cloud continent, Qin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian, Demon King Du Xiaofu, and so on. This was enough to prove her worth. And in the Wanzhou continent, Hua Zimo was the pride of the Wanzhou 100 Flowers Gate. If nothing unexpected happened, she would almost be the next sect master of the 100 Flowers Gate. Her heavenly beauty was astonishing, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. This kind of woman was enough to make all the men in the Wanzhou continent boil, and ordinary men would not even have the confidence to approach her. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after the people of the 100 Flowers Gate landed on the square, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded outside the titanic Crescent City. A long streak of light seemed to be breaking through the air. In just 2 flashes, under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, the streaks of light landed on the square like lightning. Boom! A total of 18 streaks of light converged, and 18 youths landed on the ground. 18 invisible auras fluctuated, causing the space around the square to quietly tremble. The 18 youths stood tall and straight, causing all eyes to look at them. It was as if they were 18 javelins on the ground, giving off a sharp feeling that made people's hearts tremble for no reason. Everyone's gaze landed on the 18 youths. The 18 youths gave off the feeling of a ferocious beast. Their bodies emitted a sharp aura that carried the smell of blood. This kind of aura couldn't exist without experiencing blood and slaughter. It was enough to prove that these 18 youths all had a common characteristic, and that was that they were all tempered by a path of slaughter. As the 18 youths appeared on the square, many faces of the 100 Flowers Gate trembled inwardly. Hua Zimo's beautiful eyes looked at the 18 youths, and in the end, she fixed her eyes on the black-robed youth in front of them. Her delicate hand gently stroked the hair in front of her forehead, and her eyes were full of charm. She faintly smiled, and her beauty could cause the downfall of a country. She softly said, I didn't think that you guys would really come. Yi Piaoling's eyes slightly twitched. He was slender and emitted a faint aura of indifference. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Hua Zimo and said, What is there to be afraid of? Hua Zimo looked at the black-robed youth in front of her, and her eyes secretly flickered. Then, she smiled and said to Yi Piaoling, I always thought that in the world, only the demon king Du Xiaofu was strong. To deal with you, I don't think the president needs to make a move. Yi Piaoling's thin lips were filled with arrogance as he spoke. His eyes didn't even look at Hua Zimo's body for half a second. Hua Zimo was secretly stunned. She looked at the arrogant smile on Yi Piaoling's thin lips, and her beautiful eyes began to shine. However, she was still full of charm, and inexplicably moving. At this moment, countless men around her were dumbfounded. For the sake of your president, as long as you hand over Mu Ruabai, I can let you go. Hua Zimo gently said. Mu Ruabai is my brother, and I am his big brother. I will shoulder his matter. Yi Piaoling's indifferent tone was filled with a kind of sharpness in his eyes. So what if it's the 100 Flowers Gate? We brothers will shoulder it together. A youth walked out. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. His whole body was tall and sturdy, like the incarnation of a ferocious beast. He gave people a kind of incomparably fierce feeling. He was Qin Guyu. Boom! The group of youths behind him stepped out. Their auras gushed out, and their eyes were sharp and fierce. Facing the 100 Flowers Gate, they didn't retreat in the slightest. Mu Ruabai's robe fluttered slightly. Looking at the group of brothers beside him, a light rippled in his eyes. Chapter 1384. Fierce auras filled the air, and the sound waves reverberated throughout the square. It was as if there was a magical power that caused the blood in many people's bodies to inexplicably tremble. As the voices of the dozen or so youths fell, the space above the square froze. Countless gazes turned sluggish in an instant. The 18 youths were so arrogant and fierce that they did not back down in the slightest in the face of the 100 Flowers Gate. Those 18 youths are so handsome. They're so cool. I wonder what their names are. Ripples appeared in the eyes of many women in the square. The 18 tall and fierce figures and arrogant auras stirred the hearts of many women. In the square, many female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were moved as they looked at the 18 youths. Their hearts were filled with shock. Among the younger generation in the entire Wanzhou, there were probably not many youths who could be compared to them. Hua Zimo looked at the 18 people in front of her, her thin eyebrows slightly knitted. Then, she smiled faintly and looked at Yi Piaoling again. Her red and tender lips carried a kind of temptation as she said, Then let's fight. If you can defeat me, the grudge between the 100 Flowers Gate and Mu Ruabai will be written off. If you lose, you and Mu Ruabai will cripple your own cultivation. Let's fight. You're a woman, so I'll let you fight first. Yi Piaoling nodded. The strands of hair in front of his forehead moved slightly, and a sharpness gushed out from the depths of his jet-black eyes. Hee. Hearing this, Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling in a daze. Then, she laughed delicately, and her body swayed back and forth. However, it did not affect her image at all. Instead, it had a kind of seductive beauty. After a moment, Hua Zimo withdrew her smile and said to Yi Piaoling, Let's fight in another space. This titanic crescent city can't withstand the torment. Okay. Yi Piaoling only replied with a simple word. His thin lips held a hint of pride. Walala. Hua Zimo did not speak again. The runes on her body poured down like a rain of light, lingering around like clouds and mist. All of a sudden, Hua Zimo's charming temperament began to become pure and holy. Her temperament was calm and unhurried. Fight. As her simple words fell, her voice resounded. In the next instant, above Hua Zimo's head, winds and clouds began to surge in the depths of the heavens. Dark clouds gathered in the depths of the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Hua Zimo's graceful and delicate body seemed to be enveloped by countless flower petals. Hua Zimo's beautiful figure drew a beautiful arc as she soared into the sky. She quickly entered the dark clouds that covered the sky. Yi Piaoling looked at the sky with an indifferent expression. Light flashed under his feet as he rose from the ground and followed Yi Qingyu into the depths of the sky. He quietly disappeared into the churning dark clouds. Spatial ripples rippled in the surroundings as runes spread, opening up the space battlefield. I never thought that Hua Zimo would be able to enter the space battlefield at that stage. It is said that one must at least reach the martial domain realm to be able to do so. Could it be that Hua Zimo has actually broken through to the martial domain realm? Looking at the scene in the square, many knowledgeable people immediately trembled. Opening up the space battlefield, how powerful was that? If Hua Zimo had already reached the martial domain realm, then it was too abnormal. She was simply a monster. It doesn't seem like it. Maybe Hua Zimo has a treasure that can expand the space battlefield. She is afraid of destroying gigantic Crescent City. Soon after, some people saw some clues. Hua Zimo should not have reached the martial domain realm, but she should have a spatial treasure in her hands. Just now, Hua Zimo mentioned the World Assembly and the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Could it be that Yi Piaoling and the Demon King Du Xiaofu have something to do with each other? Demon King Du Xiaofu, what a familiar name. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Have you forgotten? The leader of the 12 divine heroes is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The dragons, Dragon 9, were skinned by the Demon King in the end. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu is also the president of the World Assembly. Yi Piaoling and the others should be related to the World Assembly, so they should be the Demon King's people. I remember now. So it's the ferocious Demon King. Who will win in the end? Countless onlookers around the square were stunned when they saw Hua Zimo and Yi Piaoling enter the depths of the firmament of heaven. Originally, they wanted to watch a good show. But now that they were in the space battlefield, they couldn't even peek inside. In the square, 17 people, led by Changyu, Yin Hu and the others, stood upright like 17 javelins. The gray space was filled with spatial turbulence, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Yi Piaoling looked around, and his deep black eyes showed some fluctuations. It was an independent space, so the treasure must be extraordinary. Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling and said with a faint smile, "This is one of the treasures of my 100-flower gate, but it will not suppress your cultivation and strength. I will not have the advantage, so you can fight without worry." "Let's do it." I said, "You go first." Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Zimo, and he didn't dare to be careless. Hee, Hua Zimo smiled, and the charm on her body turned holy. The runes on her body were like divine light, and her graceful figure was surrounded by countless petals, which turned into a whirlpool. In the next moment, the graceful figure was bathed in the bright petals, and the fragrance of the flowers overflowed. Boom! Hua Zimo moved, and her beautiful figure flew across the sky. Her delicate hand was covered with energy, and it was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, rushing towards Yi Piaoling. Just with Hua Zimo's attack, Yi Piaoling's dark eyes changed, and he knew that he had met a strong opponent. The woman who looked charming on the surface was, in fact, extremely terrifying. She was one of the 12 heroes, and she was as famous as the president. Swish! At this moment, Yi Piaoling's sharp and deep eyes emitted a sharp aura, which made the temperature of the space suddenly drop. That sharp and dense aura made people shiver for no reason. Their hair stood on end, and a chill ran down their spines. Swish! Yi Piaoling made his move, and a sharp and cold aura spread out from his body. In the black evil aura, he swept his hand, and the black profound energy along with the runes destroyed and corroded everything, resisting Hua Zimo's attack. Hua Zimo's expression changed slightly, and she burst out with a more vigorous and holy aura, which was powerful and terrifying. Her delicate hands kept forming hand seals, and Hua Zimo's attacks were like thunder, making the runes in the space shine and sweep towards Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling's eyes were sharp and his aura was cold. His black robe fluttered and he faced Hua Zimo head-on. All these years, Yi Piaoling had been advancing in fighting, and breaking through in killing. In the sealed ancient land, he had obtained the ancient inheritance. In the purple thunder profound cauldron, he had also been refined by divine thunder on the basis of the sacred body arts. He was Yi Piaoling, the head of the World Society's heavenly guards. He was low-key and not flamboyant, but his name had quietly shaken the central state. He was like a wolf in the dark, an invisible blade in the World Society. Many people in Zhongzhou were even more afraid of Yi Piaoling than of Du Yunlong. They were afraid of the World Society, which was like a rising sun. Boom! A great battle broke out, the runes were dazzling, and the space trembled. A man and a woman. The man was fierce and murderous, like a fierce wolf king in the dark. The woman was pure and charming, like a fairy, like the most beautiful blooming flower of 100 flowers. Peak extraordinary Marshal revered, I didn't expect you to reach this step, Hua Zimo said, her voice clear and moving. You seem to be one step away from the origin realm. Yi Piaoling's voice was calm, but it was inexplicably arrogant, like an elf in the dark. Boom! As the two of them exchanged blows, dazzling radiance burst out continuously. The entire space shook as though it was about to be destroyed. Countless people in the Juk City Square looked up. In the sky above the Chuncheong City, where dark clouds were dense, they could only faintly hear the reverberating sound of the battle, which shook their hearts and souls. Listening to the muffled sound of thunder, it was not difficult to guess the intensity of the battle between the two. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the final result. Time passed slowly. After more than an hour, the space above was still filled with muffled sounds, causing the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect to secretly change their expressions. Finally, all of a sudden, the muffled sound of the energy explosion in the space above gradually subsided. The surging energy in the space above also began to calm down. Has the victor finally been decided? I wonder who won and who lost? Suddenly, countless people in the square looked up at each other, closely staring at the sky. Qingu Yu, Silver Fox, Stone, Duo Sha, Anyang, Mu Ruabai, and the others also slightly raised their heads at this moment. 17 pairs of deep eyes fluctuated, and there was some unconcealable nervousness in their expressions. Walala, under the complicated gazes of many people, the dark clouds in the sky receded, and the light dissipated, allowing the sunlight to pour down on the Juk City. Under countless gazes, a man and a woman appeared in the sky above. The man's black robe fluttered and his eyes were sharp. A faint black Xianqi energy spread out from his body, and the runes were dazzling. His aura was turbulent, as if it could suppress everything. The woman was holy and calm, and her figure was graceful. Light lingered around her beautiful figure, and she was like a fairy who had descended. Her vast aura spread out in all directions, causing people's hearts to tremble. For the sake of Demon King Du Xiaofu, I can let you go, but remember that our battle is not over yet. Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling, and the runes on her body flickered. When I'm done, as long as I'm not dead, I'll be back. Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Zimo, and his deep black eyes narrowed. Good. Hua Zimo nodded, and her eyes were full of charm. Looking at the black-robed youth from afar, a different kind of ripple appeared in her eyes, and then it was restrained. Second brother, let's go, Yi Piaoling said to Qingu Yu and the others in the square below. Whoosh whoosh, as Yi Piaoling's voice fell, Qingu Yu and the others had a strange look in their eyes, but at the same time, they stomped their feet on the square, and at the same time, a figure suddenly flew into the air and left with Yi Piaoling. Please tell Liyue that one day, I will appear in front of her again, and at that time, no one will be able to stop us from being together. Mu Ruabai looked at Hua Zimo, and under the long sleeves of her robe, she clenched her fists. As her voice fell, she turned and flew into the sky, disappearing with Yi Piaoling, Qianguyu, and the others. Among the 18 heavenly generals written yesterday, Silver Fox was the third. Silver Fox should have been the 8th. The previous text has been changed, and it caused inconvenience. Apologies. Chapter 1385. Watching the 18 figures leave, Hua Zimo's eyes flickered. Zimo, this matter concerns the prestige of our 100 Flowers Gate. If we let them go, it will be detrimental to our 100 Flowers Gate. A beautiful middle-aged woman quietly appeared beside Hua Zimo. The invisible aura on her body fluctuated, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. I did not win. Hua Zimo bitterly smiled. Could it be that you lost? Hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly looked at Hua Zimo in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and she could not accept this fact. I did not lose either. Hua Zimo looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and shook her head. That Yi Piaoling is very special. He is different from the demon king Du Xiaofu. If we want to determine the winner, we will have to fight to the death. Otherwise, it will be somewhat unfair to him. He only uses killing moves, and in an ordinary battle, he will not be able to use his full strength. Could it be that this matter is over? The beautiful woman slightly frowned. If Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai were allowed to leave, it would undoubtedly be a great loss of face for the 100 Flowers Gate. This battle has not been decided yet. Hua Zimo slightly smiled, then looked at the beautiful woman and said, Besides, this is also a good thing. I have time to prepare for a breakthrough. Yi Piaoling is stronger than I imagined. With my current cultivation, even if I use my full strength, I do not have much confidence. That boy, is he really that strong? The beautiful woman slightly frowned. She seemed to have some doubts about Yi Piaoling's strength. There were only a few people in Kyushu who could make Hua Zimo praise them. Hua Zimo slightly smiled and did not say anything more. She paused for a moment and said, This is also good. They are members of the World Society. Even if I win today, if I really cripple their cultivation, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble for my 100 Flowers Gate. My 100 Flowers Gate is not afraid of trouble. The beautiful woman slightly raised her eyebrows. The 100 Flowers Gate stood tall in Wanzhou and had a huge foundation. Crippling 2 people was not a big deal. Hearing this, Hua Zimo smiled at the beautiful woman and said, Second senior sister, don't forget, the World Summit belongs to the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, the woman's face immediately twitched. She had personally witnessed the Demon King Du Xiaofu back on the Tianhuang continent. He dug out the bones of dragons, drank their blood, and skinned Dragon 9. Just how brutal was that? The 100 Flowers Gate was massive, but it was naturally inferior to the dragons. Rumor has it that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is being hunted down by the devil religion. One of the sects, the 7-Star Hall, has also been massacred. Right now, their whereabouts are unknown. They have disappeared for a long time. After being stunned for a while, the beautiful woman said with a grin, But the devil religion doesn't seem to be able to do anything to him. Hua Zimo's eyes revealed a slight smile. Looking in the direction that the 18 youths left, she muttered softly, That Demon King is brutal, and the people around him are also very special. After Yi Piaoling and the other 18 youths left, the entire Titanic Crescent City suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the sky and then looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What exactly is going on? Did Yi Piaoling win? Did they decide the victor? Why did Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai leave? Hua Zimo doesn't seem to have lost. This is so strange. Looking at the situation, it seems a bit like a tie. There were all kinds of discussions and speculations. After a long time, the crowd helplessly dispersed. For the onlookers in Titanic Crescent City, they were really helpless today. Not only did they not see the battle with their own eyes, but they also did not know the outcome of the battle. However, from today onwards, Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and the other 18 youths' names began to spread from Titanic Crescent City to Wanzhou. Yi Piaoling was able to fight with Hua Zimo and not lose. This was enough to send out a lot of information to the entire Wanzhou. Whoosh whoosh, in the calm sky, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded. 18 figures flashed across the sky and landed on a mountain peak in the distance. The 18 youths landed on the ground. All of them were tall and straight and had extraordinary temperaments. They were the 18 celestial guards that had left Titanic Crescent City not long ago. "Boss, you won?" On the mountain peak, Stone stepped forward. He had a strong and honest physique, and looked at Yi Piaoling happily. After entering the Celestial General Guard, Stone had followed Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Anya Cha, Duo Sha, and the others everywhere to temper themselves. His cultivation base had soared, and his body had begun to exude a sense of cleverness. "That woman is very strong. Even if I used all my strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defeat her." Yi Piaoling smiled, but there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her smile. She then said, "But if it was a battle of life and death, perhaps my chances of survival would be higher." Hua Zimo, the 100 Flower Gates Heaven's Pride, the leader of the younger generation in Wanzhou. She was also the leader of the Evil Purifying Alliance. Naturally, she's extraordinary. "Boss, it's already very abnormal that you didn't win against her." A young man in a brocade robe walked out. He had a handsome appearance and fair skin. It was as if he always had a carefree smile on his face, as if he was the little brother next door. However, under the seemingly pure smile in his eyes, there was a volcano that was being suppressed. Only those who were familiar with this young man would know how terrifying this handsome little brother next door could be when his face changed. It was said that back in the Lan province, an empire's prince provoked him and was killed. After that, the empire sent people to hunt him down. Enraged, the young man single-handedly slaughtered his way into the imperial palace and used divine abilities to slaughter an army of 100,000. He destroyed the imperial palace and absorbed the imperial energy. Even the golden dragon imperial jade seal was taken away by him. Even now, there was a huge force behind the empire that was still hunting him down. He had no choice but to come to Wanzhou. However, the little god of slaughter, Duan Feiyu, was infamous in the Lan province. "Old 16, there's always someone better than you. My strength is far from enough," Yi Piaoling said to Duan Feiyu. "Apart from those old people, there shouldn't be many people in the same generation who can deal with you, right?" Duan Feiyu smiled. As far as he knew, they were not afraid of anyone in the younger generation, let alone the eldest and the second eldest. Their physical bodies were already terrifying. "You should say this to the president in the future." Chang Guyu patted Old 16's shoulder and smiled. "The leader of the 12 heroes, who killed the dragon 9 dragons. He's a peak existence in the same generation. Is the president really as strong as the rumors say?" Little god of slaughter, Duan Feiyu's eyebrows slightly raised. He said, "If there's a chance, I'd like to try." Haha Silverfox, Stone, Anya Chi, Gu Wuing, Yin Tianjue, Ing Yen, Qin Guyu, and Yi Piaoling gazed at Duan Feiyu when they heard this, and all of them smiled silently while their gazes revealed encouragement that seemed like praise. Duo Sha walked up and patted little god of slaughter's shoulder. He said sincerely, "Old 16, your courage is commendable. Back then, I had the same idea as you. But then..." "Then what?" Little god of slaughter, Duan Feiyu frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the expressions of Old 16 and Old 16, so he asked Duo Sha curiously. "In the end, I gave up." Duo Sha smiled at little god of slaughter and said seriously, "I hope you'll be stronger than me when the time comes. Don't shrink back. I'll cheer you on." "Is that so, little god of slaughter?" Duan Feiyu frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the expressions of Duo Sha, Gu Wuying, and Silver Fox. "All right, we have to hurry back to the central province." Suddenly, Yi Piaoling interrupted everyone. His pitch-black eyes suddenly surged with a dignified expression, and his aura became fierce. "Boss, what's wrong?" Changyu asked. He had long wanted to say something. Ever since the battle with Hua Zimo in Titanic Tower City, he felt that something was wrong. Yi Piaoling didn't say anything. He took out a dim jade slip that was broken into several pieces. On the jade slip, one could vaguely see the emblem of a golden-winged rock's shadow. Not good, something must have happened to the world society. Seeing the broken jade slip, Changyu, Stone, Silver Fox, and Anya Ying's expressions changed. That was the jade slip that Medicine King Yi Wuming gave to Yi Piaoling when they left the central province. If the jade slip was broken, it meant that the world society was in great danger. They had to hurry back immediately. "Let's go to the wormhole. We have to hurry back to the central province." Yi Piaoling's pitch-black eyes were sharp. His black robe fluttered in the wind as he clenched his fist. Whoosh whoosh, one figure after another flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In the golden-winged rock clan, in the collapsed space that no one could peek into, the golden lightning began to subside. The silver-yellow lightning giant tree continued to release a violent and destructive aura. Mysterious runes covered the entire tree. The ancient and domineering aura could not be provoked as it continued to devour the three-footed thunderbird. No, the three-footed thunderbird's body was covered in sparkling and translucent lightning. It was as bright as divine gold. His eyes were filled with absolute horror. The sky-burning golden crow thunder's soul seed had been devoured to its limit. If it was devoured again, its soul would be destroyed. "It's too late," Du Xiaofu said. The lightning martial veins in his body devoured the sky-burning golden crow thunder. The silver-yellow lightning giant tree on his body emitted a supreme aura. The ancient aura spread out, bringing with it a magnificent and desolate aura. Supreme rule the heavens. At this moment, the sky-burning golden crow thunder could no longer be stopped. It was suppressed in several ways and was unable to replenish its energy. It could no longer hold on. Crackle, the silver-yellow lightning giant tree was filled with lightning arcs. It was as if the tree's roots were covering the sparkling three-footed thunderbird's body. It absorbed the three-footed thunderbird's energy until it completely withered and shrieked in despair. When the last wisp of bright golden lightning energy was devoured by the silver-yellow lightning giant tree, the sky-burning golden crow thunder's soul seed was also completely devoured. Chapter 1386. Then, in this vast golden lightning space, the lightning and thunder gradually disappeared. The shockingly hot and destructive aura dissipated and calmed down. The purple gold Xian lightning around the purple thunder Xian cauldron also retracted. The huge purple thunder Xian cauldron shrank to about 5 feet in size and spun in front of Du Xiaofu. In the golden lightning space, as the golden crow sky burning thunder soul seed was completely devoured by the silver-yellow lightning tree, Du Xiaofu also sat cross-legged in the void. The silver-yellow lightning tree also turned into a bright silver-yellow electric arc and returned to Du Xiaofu's forehead. The silver-yellow lightning tree returned and turned into a bright light screen of talismans and mysterious patterns. The electric arc returned to Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Inside Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, his essence spirit sat cross-legged on a purple 9-petaled lotus. His essence spirit's body was wrapped in silver-yellow electric arcs. In addition, there was also a type of resplendent golden electric arcs that gathered to form a silver-gold electric arc. The golden electric arc was the golden crow sky burning thunder soul seed that Du Xiaofu had devoured. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the mysterious incomplete cultivation method. Under the operation of the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, the inconceivable matter of fusing with the third spirit thunder soul seed was once again successful. With the experience of the fusion of the spirit thunder soul seed from the previous 2 times, Du Xiaofu did not encounter much difficulty this time. He proceeded smoothly and successfully. In the Naiwan Palace, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body exuded an ancient aura. His eyes were also tightly shut. The bright golden electric arc that was devoured was the golden crow sky burning thunder soul seed. It also contained the huge amount of information within the golden crow sky burning thunder soul seed. As Du Xiaofu fused with and refined the golden crow heaven incinerating lightning soul seed, a huge amount of golden crow heaven incinerating lightning information was fused into his primordial spirit. The golden crow sky burning thunder at the initial domain level was extremely powerful. As a body of spiritual thunder, it was extremely difficult for human cultivators to fuse and refine it. Even if they were more powerful, it was impossible to do so. However, this golden crow heaven-burning thunder was unlucky enough to encounter Du Xiaofu, who had the thunder martial vein, the purple thunder profound cauldron, and his primordial spirit had long merged with the other two spiritual thunder soul seeds and spiritual roots. In addition, the golden crow heaven-burning lightning had been trapped for thousands of years, and it was unable to recover after using up its energy. In the end, it ended up being swallowed by Du Xiaofu. Although the golden crow heaven-burning lightning's energy could not be replenished, it was still at the initial domain level. A spiritual thunder soul seed at the initial domain level was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to the primordial spirit. The energy of the spiritual thunder soul seed had all gathered in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Now that Du Xiaofu had fused with the soul-type seed, Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit had also benefited greatly. Walala, not long after, the primordial spirit energy in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit began to increase crazily. The primordial spirit's aura rose, and waves of aura fluctuations were emitted from between his eyebrows. The mysterious incomplete technique had fused with the soul-type seed of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning. It had also refined the energy contained in the soul-type seed, making it even purer. Although the spiritual thunder soul seed's energy that Du Xiaofu could absorb was only 10 to 20% of the original soul-type seed of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning. However, 10 to 20% of the soul-type seed of the initial domain level was definitely not something that an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master could withstand. It was enough to make an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master self-destruct. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu was not an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master. The strength of his primordial spirit was definitely not inferior to his physical body. It was just that he rarely used the strength of his primordial spirit to fight against enemies. Walala, time passed slowly. The primordial spirit aura on Du Xiaofu's body soared. Silver-gold electric arcs overflowed from between his eyebrows. The vast and majestic primordial spirit energy swept out from his body, accompanied by the silver net soul-devouring lightning, earth-shattering lightning, golden crow heaven-burning lightning, and the spiritual roots aura. At this moment, if there were other spiritual talisman masters present, who knew how shocked they would be when they felt Du Xiaofu's abnormal primordial spirit aura. At this moment, the primordial spirit energy that permeated from Du Xiaofu's body was enough to directly crush the primordial spirit of a spiritual talisman master of the same level. What was even more frightening was that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit aura was still continuing to soar. The primordial spirit energy, which was the most difficult to cultivate, was rising unstoppably in front of Du Xiaofu. While refining the soul-type seed of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning, time passed quietly again. In this golden lightning space that no one could pry into, most of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning energy had been absorbed into the purple thunder profound cauldron and swallowed by the purple-gold profound lightning. The remaining golden crow heaven-burning lightning energy had also restrained its domineering heat and destruction, becoming docile. No one knew that the golden crow heaven-burning lightning was not only unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu, but it also allowed Du Xiaofu to transform and strengthen again. The continuous mountain range was dense and steaming, and there were extraordinary spiritual herbs everywhere. The energy of heaven and earth was astonishing. Early in the morning, at the peak of the mountain, a woman in her early 20s had her eyes closed. Her body was surrounded by a dazzling white light, like a divine light enveloping and spreading. Boom, waves of vast pressure spread out, and waves of heaven and earth energy occupied the peak of the mountain, connecting with the woman. It seemed to have lasted for a long time. The woman's two curves seemed to be frowning, and her body was shrouded in light, like a cage of smoke. She sat upright, graceful and light. At this moment, under the irrigation of the surrounding heaven and earth energy, the woman's primordial spirit aura that made people tremble continued to rise. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound of an aura breaking through a bottleneck came from the woman's body, and her aura reached a new height. At the same time, with the woman as the center, a spatial wave appeared in the sky, and a large area of spatial ripples exploded. Boom! From the woman's glabella, circles of invisible light also burst out. That was a vast primordial spirit aura, and it swept in all directions like lightning. Sister Xingyu has successfully broken through. Feeling the vast primordial spirit aura in the sky, on a mountain peak not far away, a 14 or 15-year-old girl in green was shocked. Her long eyelashes were slightly curled, and her clear and bright eyes carried a faint green light. In the sky, the vast primordial spirit aura swept out like a tidal wave. Rumble! At this moment, this part of the world was trembling, and the aura was ancient and terrifying. In the sky, the primordial spirit aura swept out like a tidal wave, and after a while, it turned into an illusory and beautiful figure in front of the girl in green's shocked eyes. This illusory and graceful figure was exactly the same as the woman who was sitting cross-legged. She was graceful, and beautiful. She was so clean and pure that it made one feel as if she was otherworldly. However, the radiance in her eyes was so bright that no one dared to look at her directly. Is that Sister Xingyu's primordial spirit clone? It's so powerful! The girl in green's thin lips were as delicate as rose petals, and the curve of her lips was shocking. In the sky, the woman's illusory body seemed to be looking around curiously. After that, it slowly descended, and when it neared the woman below, it turned into a bright ball of light and plunged into the woman's glabella. After that, it disappeared. At the same time, the woman's body trembled slightly, and the ancient and terrifying primordial spirit aura that spread out from her body also started to dissipate slowly. On the surrounding mountain peaks, the primordial spirit aura that had lasted for a long time also started to weaken. In the end, it completely surrounded the woman and became faint and illusory. Moments after the last wisp of primordial spirit aura plunged into the woman's body, the woman who was sitting cross-legged opened her eyes. Boom! A bright light surged out from the woman's eyes, and the aura on her body swept out, shaking the surrounding space. In just an instant, the bright light in the woman's eyes was withdrawn, and her gaze became clear and clean. Feeling everything in her body, the woman extended her delicate hands and formed a hand seal. Immediately, from her delicate hands, 36 formation flags were formed in front of her. Boom! The 36 formation flags emitted a shocking fluctuation, causing the space in front of her to distort, revealing traces of pitch-black spatial cracks. 36 formation flags. That was the symbol of a 9-star initial region soul symbol master. This woman was in her early 20s, but she had already become a 9-star initial region soul symbol master. If there were people from the outside world here at this moment, it was unknown how shocked they would be. She was only in her early 20s. In the large clans and factions above Kyushu, who among the top peers in the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects and 3 factions could reach such a stage? At this moment, if the top younger generation above Kyushu were to be compared with this woman, they would probably be beaten into worms. This woman was a monster. Her cultivation speed and talent simply made those of the same generation outside not need to live anymore. Walala, 36 formation flags were formed, and then they dissipated in the woman's fair palm. Her eyes were clear and pure, so clean that it made people who looked at her feel as if they did not belong to the mortal world. She muttered softly, "I have finally stepped into the 9-star initial region." As her voice fell, the woman slowly stood up. She was graceful, and elegant. Her beauty could topple cities, stunning the world. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Sister Xingyu." The green-clothed young lady's happy voice sounded, and she immediately went to the woman's side. "I have finally broken through. If I still didn't break through, I'm afraid Master would scold me again." The woman smiled slightly, and her face was filled with joy at this moment. "Little girl, don't tell me you don't like your master that much?" A clear voice suddenly sounded, and a plain-clothed beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of the woman and the green-clothed young lady. The plain-clothed woman was very beautiful, and she looked to be in her 40s. Her plain-clothed palace dress was simple and elegant, and she had a natural noble aura. "Master, why are you here?" Seeing this beautiful woman, the woman's delicate face instantly revealed a smile. She intimately held the beautiful woman's arm and shook it gently, saying, "Xingyu has missed you." "Greetings, madam." The green-clothed young lady looked at the beautiful woman, and her delicate little mouth secretly smacked her tongue. Then, she stood aside in reverence.